Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Sally Swed, Artistic Director at iBeam, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm so excited you are here to join us as we kick off day 4 of From the Rupture, Ideas and Actions for the Future. This is our final day of this Arts and Ideas Festival, built to celebrate the ambitious and inventive works by our Phase 2 fellows, from iBeam's inaugural fully digital fellowship, Rapid Response for a Better Digital Future. And I have to say, it's been truly thrilling watching these projects launch into the world over the last few days, each offering inspiring possibilities for new relationships with technology. And a real joy and privilege to share all of this with such an engaged audience tuning in from all over the world. Before we begin, I'd like to start with a description of myself for blind or low vision participants. I have pale skin and curly reddish brown hair past my shoulders. I have an oval face and I am wearing large light brown glasses with a bit of a cat eye, a dress with a graphic black and white pattern, berry colored lipstick, and I'm sitting in front of a large blue print by the artist Duke Riley. And I'd also like to start with an access check and to orient you to this platform, which was created as a site for this expansive community of radical practitioners spanning the fields of public policy, journalism, healthcare, and more to convene over these few days. There are a number of iBeam staff members today supporting. Please feel free to reach out in the chat box, which is to the right-hand side of your screen, should you need anything or have any technical difficulties getting connected. Today's gathering is being captioned. Hello to Bonnie and Anthony, our captioners for this event. We also have ASL provided today by Veronica and Felice, who are here from LC Interpreting. My colleague Yidan will be posting information in the chat box around access for this event. It will be helping to answer any technical questions throughout the day. And we also encourage you to use this space as sort of a digital guest book. So please feel free to reach out, introduce yourself to your fellow attendees, let us know where you're tuning in from, and any other comments or things you'd like to share about the program. Today's session, State-Sanctioned Surveillance and Creative Opposition, will dive into an array of discussions that consider tactics and tools for community organizing in digital space, building platforms for resisting surveillance, advocacy and safety for sex workers in the age of Sesta Fosta, among other topics. And hosted by our friend Nash Sherd, we will hear from a range of incredible speakers, including our fellows Dylan Sung, in collaboration with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition and Veil Machine with Kink Out, before their projects launch later this afternoon, beginning at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. We've also created a space for ongoing informal conversations throughout the day. You can find this in our attendee lounge, which you can enter anytime at the top, anytime that you need a break, and that's at the top left-hand corner of the screen. And iBeam will be there, iBeam staff members will be there, speakers will be there, as well as other attendees. So we hope to meet many of you there. From the Rupture, iBeam is committed to being intentional about the digital spaces in which we convene. This hub site that we're all experiencing right now was built in collaboration with Trust Berlin, Emma Levesque Schaefer, and visuals from T. Toper. It is an outcome of our efforts. That we reflected upon what it means to support artists and serve our communities virtually in 2021 and beyond. This site was built to be accessible for blind and low vision users and also fully open source. You are invited to work with this platform and adapt it to your own needs. And I'm happy to say that our friends from Trust Berlin will be available in the attendee lounge starting at 2:30, between 2:30 and 3:30. So we encourage you to head over there if you have any questions for them about how you might make this platform your own. And as we welcome you to this space, we want to share a brief set of community guidelines to ensure this space is a safe and liberated zone for respectful sharing of ideas, discussions, and calls to action. And we hope many new connections and inspiration points as well. You can find these in the lower lower corner of your screen in the About section if you'd like to also read them at your leisure. I-Beam's core mission values learning and exploratory process as a path for societal progress through the lenses of openness, invention, and justice. This approach extends beyond the way that we support artists and how we interact with one another as a community, both online and offline, and also how we respect each other's humanity. To that end, we ask that all participants today, audience members, speakers, artists, and I-Beam staff adhere to the following community guidelines we've compiled as a team. These have been inspired by and updated from Collective Sex Alt Div Hummingbirds and Bufu Bias Forest community agreements. And these will likely be very familiar to those of you who have been joining us throughout the week, but we feel like it is important to read them aloud each day for any new folks who may be entering the space today for the first time. So number one, although we convene in virtual space today, I-Beam acknowledges that the land on which it sits is the traditional unceded land of the Lenape peoples. From wherever you may sit today, I-Beam asks that you join us in knowing and acknowledging the local Indigenous peoples upon whose land your own home or institution occupies, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement demonstrates a commitment to beginning the process of working to dismantle ongoing legacies of settler colonialism and to recognize the hundreds of Indigenous nations who continue to resist, live, and uphold their sacred relations across their lands. We respect, number two, we respect the diversity of identities, including gender, pronouns, race, nationality, immigrant status, religious background, disability status, work experiences, and other vibrant, multifaceted aspects of who we are. We ask that you please introduce yourself with your preferred pronouns when you are speaking to the community through the video platforms or commenting in the chat box. Number three, we honor each other's boundaries and communicate with care. Withhold unsolicited advice, assumptions about other participants, and agree to disagree. Comment only from your own perspective, don't interrupt others, and please be mindful to allow others the time to speak. Please feel empowered to move up and take up more space if that's not your tendency, or move back and allow others to speak who might not be as heard. And please listen with respect. Number four, we commit to being accountable to one another. This is a consent-forward space. If you're going to be sharing images from any of the public spaces, in this instance, the attendee lounge or the chat box, please ask for consent first. And number five, we strive to make our spaces safe and inclusive. If anyone is feeling disrespected or unsafe at any time, we hope you'll feel comfortable today speaking directly with Jay Soto from I-Beam's team, who is here to support our community's comfort in this space. And to that end, we acknowledge that these guidelines are very much a work in progress and welcome your suggestions and feedback. To share your thoughts, feel free to share them in the chat box, or you can also email us at info@ibeam.org. And before I turn it over today to Nash, I'd like to take a moment to share our profound gratitude for our supporters in this initiative. First and foremost, thank you to I-Beam's Board of Trustees and Advisory Committee, who lead us in realizing the full potential of our mission. Rapid response for a better digital future, from inception to the realization of our program today, would not have been possible without the support of the Ford Foundation, the Henry Luce Foundation, and Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. And in particular, I'd like to extend a personal thanks to Mariko Silver and Elizabeth Alexander for their leadership. Thank you to the Jerome Foundation, who did not flinch when we shifted from our in-person residency as a result of the pandemic, which they have been longtime funders of, through both grant support and by easing the application process for our support staff. I-Beam is also grateful for the longstanding visionary support of the Atlantic Foundation, as well as the New York Department of Cultural Affairs, National Endowment for the Arts, and the New York City Council on the Arts. And I'd also like to take a moment to thank the incredibly talented I-Beam team for their ongoing dedication supporting artists in this time and for their creativity and hard work bringing together this festival. It's such a pleasure and a privilege to work with all of you. Big thank you to Jay, Kemi, Roddy, Munira, Mad, Ty, Nat, Edan, and Marissa, and of course our amazing interns, Peyton, Gio, and Julia. And without further ado, I'd like to just briefly introduce our host for today's program, Nash Sherd. Nash leads EFF's grassroots student and community organizing efforts as the leader and coordinator of the Electronic Frontier Alliance. Nash works to support that the Alliance's member organizations in educating their neighbors on digital privacy best practices and for advocating for privacy and innovation, protecting policy and legislation. Nash's work is informed by lived experience with aggressive and militarized policing in the United States, Honduras, and Palestine, including racial profiling, the effects of biased broken windows, policing tactics, and police brutality. Nash has worked extensively to help mitigate the damage of harmful interactions with law enforcement online and in over-police communities. Before joining EFF, as the founder of Black Movement Law Project and member of Mutant Legal, Nash has spent close to a decade training communities in crisis on how to document police conduct, exercise their legal rights, counteract state repression, and actively participate in their own legal defense. So it's with great pleasure that I welcome you, Nash. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here. And I really thank everyone that's joining us today. As Sally said, my name is Nash, and I am a co-founder of the Black Movement Law Project and the Associate Director of Community Organizing at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And I feel most comfortable with he and Z pronouns. And today I'm joining you from the unceded Ohlone land, commonly referred to as San Francisco. I am a light brown skinned male presenting person of African and European descent with a beard. And I'm wearing a gray knit cap, a white button down shirt, and a black EFF hoodie with white lining around the zipper, and text on the right arm that reads tech, activism, and law, with 5 pointed stars separating each of the words. And I'm seated at the bottom of my screen cuts off just above my elbows. My background is a circle with two crossing keys, surrounded by alternating pink, white, and black lines, creating a sunburst effect designed by EFF's art director, Hugh DeAndre, who does amazing work. He's awesome. And so it really is an honor to be here today hosting the final day of I-Beam's From the Rapture Festival. Almost a year ago, as the COVID crisis required I-Beam to pause its flagship residency program and close its physical space, it would have been easily understandable if they decided to step back and internally retool for a post-pandemic world. But as economies and everyday routines were disrupted around the world, I-Beam did what they always do. They looked to their community and took action to support artists in creating new ways of interacting through the internet, new ways of engaging with each other, and more equitable relationships for sustainable art practices and creative economies, inspiring rapid response for a digital future and leading us to this week's From the Rapture Festival. On day one of the festival, we heard from participants shaping and developing platforms for people, centering co-creation, consent, and mental health and new technology. Day two focused on decentralizing knowledge and natural intelligence, launching new works exploring planetary exchange networks. And yesterday, presenters reimagined performance and modes of connection, engaging digital intimacies. And today, I'm super excited to have you join us as we break down the boundaries of community organizing digital space, taking on state-sanctioned surveillance and building creative opposition. Each of today's speakers and presenters is building, informing, and expanding the tactics and tools for community organizing the digital space, from developing resources for researchers and impacted communities to fight for the abolition of police, prisons, and carceral tech, to the creation of a virtual safe house by and for sex workers, artists. Each of the projects we will explore today is an act of not just resistance, but resilience. And not just negation, but creation. As systems of power work to conceal their weapons, we will learn how artists, developers, and their allies are unveiling the workings of the machine. And as bad policy and capital work to deprive those most impacted by the heteropatriarchal white supremacy of their safety, community, and their voice, we will be joined by our cousins working to share creative resources and safer spaces for themselves, their patrons, and their families, chosen or otherwise. Before I introduce our first speaker, I want to remind you that to interact face-to-face with your fellow travelers, there will be an ongoing Zoom lounge throughout the program. And to join on your desktop, there's a white oval fixed on the left-hand side of the screen with a prompt to join. And on mobile, there's a fixed white oval with the word join and a small icon representing a human speaking. So again, I really can't thank you enough for joining us today. And I ask you to please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Sasha Constanza-Chak. Sasha is a scholar, activist, and media maker, and currently associate professor of civic media at MIT. And their work focuses on social movements, transformative media organizing, and design justice. Welcome, Sasha.
Thank you so much, Nash. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm actually not currently associate professor of civic media at MIT. I'm a senior research fellow at the Algorithmic Justice League. But I'm really glad to be here. I'm just going to get my screen share started. 1 second. Okay, so maybe message me in the chat if my screen is looking good. So I'm a white non-binary femme with dirty blonde hair and an overgrown DIY side cut. I've got round tortoise shell glasses, subtle black winged eyeliner, a green, slightly metallic shirt, and earrings with a yellow, green, and white spattered disc from which hangs a 2-inch hoop encircling a smaller 1-inch yellow disc. I tend to move my hands a lot when I talk, and I'm wearing a gold ring with a geometric pattern on each hand. My nails are painted in light blue polish that's chipping off. And behind me is a black virtual background with illustrated tentacles curling around the frame and outlined hands stretching towards one another. It's an image from the Oracle for Transfeminist Technologies, illustrated by Clara Juliano for Coding Rights, the Brazilian hacker feminist organization. In the next half an hour, I'd like to briefly talk about 3 things. First, the rapid spread of algorithmic necropolitics. Second, growing resistance to carceral technologies. And third, the need to actively envision and build radical futures, including community-controlled technologies through liberatory processes and design justice. And to discuss the rise of algorithmic necropolitics, I'd like to start by highlighting the recent extremely powerful report called Technologies for Liberation Towards Abolitionist Futures by the Estrella Lesbian Foundation for Justice and Research Action Design, or RAD, a worker-owned cooperative that does community-led research and technology design. The image in my slide is now the cover of that report, and it's an illustration of 2 Black people sitting on a forest floor surrounded by trees and mushrooms. You can see the roots extending beneath them, and there are traces of circuitry in the background and beneath the ground. And I'm going to start by reading an extensive quote from the section of this report titled Technology and Criminalization. Quote, "Since the founding of the United States, there's been a dovetailing of technology and criminalization targeted at communities of color. Historically, the state used technology as a tool to repress movement-building efforts and amplify the systems of oppression and violence that communities of color in the US experience. Today's surveillance technologies and practices have roots in much older forms of policing, incarceration, and colonial control, dating back to the inception of the US nation state. So the logic behind predictive policing software derives from slave patrols and lantern laws and stop and frisk. Facial recognition algorithms can be traced back to the eugenics movement. Biometric data monitoring was first introduced with colonization. In the late 20th and 21st centuries, technological developments have accelerated the US government's monitoring of communities of color, and specifically progressive and radical Black, Indigenous, and queer movements. By relying on racist tropes and fear, the state continues these actions by invoking white slavery myths, and they rationalize mass surveillance laws like the Patriot Act by invoking fears of foreign attacks on domestic soil. And these historical connections make it plain that the state's racist use of tech for the purpose of criminalization isn't new. It's cemented into the foundations of this country. What is new, however, is the rate and scale at which the development of surveillance tech is propelling mass criminalization in the US and Puerto Rico. Mass surveillance has resulted in the hyper-policing of entire communities by law enforcement and government agencies, and mass incarceration in the US emerged in a context where surveillance served as a racializing mechanism of white supremacist statecraft. Surveillance practices established a way of coding enslaved African bodies as criminal and therefore subject to constant oversight, from which the term surveillance derives, confinement, and punishment in the form of slave patrols and biometric tracking. Safety and security are often conflated with state narratives to justify the use of mass surveillance and other carceral technologies. As we see with the police surveillance of organizers, these narratives frame state surveillance technologies as, quote, smarter methods to protect public safety and national security from perceived threats. The racial biases of creators are deeply embedded in these technologies themselves. Mass criminalization upholds and bolsters this network of practices with emergent surveillance tech that expands the reach of the carceral state beyond physical confinement. So in its current manifestation, mass incarceration is a set of policies that's caused an enormous rise in the number of Black and brown people in prisons and immigration detention centers. And in 2020, more than 2 million people were incarcerated due to this system. And I'll also note with more than 7 million more tracked and monitored. The collaboration of state and corporate actors pushes mass criminalization into overdrive. And the tactics that are used to track and surveil migrant communities, protesters, and sex workers are examples of the ongoing threats that these communities face. The Trump administration increased attacks on open source technologies that movement orgs rely on for safety, and that intensifies the threat of state-based violence. And side note, we have yet to see what the new administration is going to do in that respect, although there's a lot of reasons to not be too optimistic. So surveillance capitalism, as Shoshana Zuboff calls it, propels and extends the structure of mass criminalization of communities of color in the United States. Now I've moved to a new slide. The image is an illustration of Achille Mbé. A bald Black man in a suit and black glasses stands against the backdrop of an ocean. An orange life vest floats in the front. A small boat with about 20 people crowded in floats in the background. And in the distance, there's a larger boat that appears to be a Coast Guard approaching. So 2020 was a year that capped a long, steady spread and adoption of what Sophia Noble calls algorithms of oppression across many domains of life. Surveillance is nothing new, and these new technologies extend underlying patterns of racial capitalism, cisnormativity, settler colonialism, ableist supremacy, and so on. But that said, the pandemic certainly brought algorithmic necropolitics into stark relief. Necropolitics is a term developed by Cameroonian philosopher and political theorist Achille Mbé to describe the various kinds of social and political power that dictate how and whether people live or die, and under what conditions their bodies will exist. So for an example of algorithmic necropolitics in the last year under the pandemic, we could look to Massachusetts and look at the crisis standards of care. The proposed crisis standards of care was a necropolitical document that laid out the algorithm that would allocate scarce resources, ventilators, to some bodies and deny them to other bodies. It's about race and disability because this standard of care used a point system that was implicitly racist and explicitly ableist. Implicitly racist because it pretended to be colorblind, despite everything we know about how social determinants of health, especially race, structure risk for conditions that are considered comorbidities for COVID-19, like diabetes, lung disease, and cardiac disease. And it was explicitly ableist because many impairments would give patients a higher point score and thereby reduce the likelihood that they would be assigned to a high priority group and receive ventilators or scarce care. So basically, the system was set up to say, people with particular impairments' lives are less valuable and should be deprioritized for care. I'd like to also note here that Schmidt, Roberts, and Inayanya published an in-depth analysis of New Jersey's crisis standards of care algorithm. It was basically identical to the Massachusetts standards. That paper is called Rationing Racism and Justice, Advancing the Debate Around Colorblind COVID-19 Ventilator Allocation. It was just published in January 2021. Other examples of algorithmic necropolitics are predictive policing, recidivism, risk scores, gang databases. And the work of Dylan Sung and the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition that we're going to learn more about today exposes the workings of these necropolitical socio-technical systems, thereby making it more possible to fight the development and spread of those systems. And I should also mention that R. Joshua Scannell wrote about algorithmic necropolitics in Ruha Benjamin's edited book, Captivating Technology, back in June 2019. And Rashida Richardson published an article about government data practices as necropolitics in October of 2020. In the last year, we could also talk about the disproportional death rates of app-based delivery workers, Amazon warehouse workers, and other service workers, in parallel to the booming stock market that's reached record highs and Bitcoin above 50,000. These index the stark violence of pandemic capitalism and the deepening class chasm. We might also mention the wholesale handoff of elementary and high school education to Google Classroom, another development whose implications run really deep and have not, I think, been adequately discussed in the public sphere. But I want to stop there and move on to talk about my second point, growing resistance. So we've just seen a short clip of hundreds of students in the UK chanting "fuck the algorithm" as the speaker has just finished talking about losing her place at medical school because her exam scores were downgraded. There's a brick building in the background. There's people sitting and standing, carrying signs, and they're chanting, as we heard. In August 2020, students in the UK protested against A-level exam results that relied on an algorithm to predict what their scores would have been if they'd been able to complete their terms. The terms were cut short because of the pandemic. After widespread mobilizations, the results, which replicated class and race inequalities, largely based on people's location or basically zip code, were rolled back. And I use that to introduce the second part of this talk about growing resistance to carceral technologies. And here, the slide is an illustration of 3 Black and brown people of various genders from the shoulders up from the shoulders up side by side. There's blue plant-like tendrils extending from their heads upwards, and those tendrils bend back down to connect the 3 of them together. And the words movement, strategy, response, and resistance appear in white behind them. And this is an illustration from the Technologies for Liberation report from the Australia Lesbian Foundation for Justice and Research Action Design. And so in the second part of my talk on growing resistance to carceral tech, I think I want to encourage everyone to dive into this report because it's really wonderful and it's very in-depth. And it's crucial that we understand that we're in a moment of growing awareness of and popular resistance to carceral technologies. We've seen a string of municipal bills to ban or create moratoria on law enforcement use of facial recognition technologies. We've seen the introduction of a federal bill which would place a moratorium on facial recognition technology and other forms of biometric surveillance. We've seen huge moves from the Tech Workers Coalition and #TechWon'tBuildIt, with employees at major tech companies like Google and Microsoft and Amazon walking out in the thousands to protest racist and sexist behavior by their companies and to protest against their companies taking contracts to build particular types of surveillance or military systems. We've seen organizing, we've seen walkouts, we've seen the formation of the Alphabet Workers Union, where Alphabet is the parent company of Google. We've seen strategy of organizations like Mi Gente putting together the No Tech for ICE work that's been building over the past few years, where they're mapping out the network of vendors that provide the surveillance and tracking systems that are used to identify, round up, detain, and deport undocumented people. We've seen campaigns among student organizers supported by and scaffolded by the work of groups like Mi Gente and others in No Tech for ICE to refuse recruiters. So at recruitment fairs on college campuses, telling recruiters that they're not willing to work for their companies if the companies are taking contracts to detain and deport people and lock people up in cages. Of course, we've also seen some backlash. So we've seen Google firing Dr. Timnit Gebru and just recently others on the ethical AI team for exposing some of the ways that the practices inside Google are not particularly ethical. We've seen the Carceral Tech Resistance Network advance an abolitionist framework with an analysis and practice rooted in tech organizing communities. There's the growth of community-controlled archives and research as a strategy for resistance. And I've already mentioned that we're going to learn more from Rapid Response Fellow Dylan Sung with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, who are creating community-controlled archives to expose the workings of carceral tech in Los Angeles. There are organizations like Tech Inquiry that have created easily accessible tools to look at and track and map out the network of contracts and state agencies and the tech firms that they're working with to create and build military and carceral technology, or power mapping of the 1%, like the littlesis.org project. We've seen research like that produced by Coding Rights in the new report, Facial Recognition Software and Trans Identity Verification, that is coming out of Brazil and looking at the fight by trans and gender nonconforming people there against state attempts to reduce human gender diversity into binaries that have been replicated through historic processes of settler colonialism and erasure of gender diversity. And I'm going to show now a trailer from the film Coded Bias, and I'll explain more about why I'm showing that in just a moment.
During my first semester at MIT, I got computer vision software that was supposed to track my face. It didn't work until I put on this white mask. I'm thinking, all right, what's going on here? Is it the lighting conditions? Is it the angle at which I'm looking at the camera, or is there something more? That's when I started looking into issues of bias that can creep into technology.
Our ideas about technology that we think are normal are actually ideas that come from a very small and homogeneous group of people.
Vast amounts of data at incredible speeds.
Everybody has unconscious biases, and people embed their own biases into technology.
This kid got stopped as a result of facial recognition misidentification, and then used that as justification to search you. This is an innocent child.
Racism is becoming mechanized.
Systemic issues are only going to be hardwired into new technologies.
It's not just face classification, it's any data-centric technology.
Every day, we are all being scored.
Who gets hired, who gets housing.
I am making predictions for your life right now.
The people who own the code deploy it on other people, and there is no accountability.
Management at Atlantic Towers wanted to install the facial recognition software. Pretty much turn this place into Fort Knox.
The technology is being rapidly adopted, and there are no safeguards.
We are socially controlled in a way that we don't see.
technology that analyzes faces could be biased, but the company is pushing it anyway.
What demographic is it most effective on?
White men.
Show me that it's going to be fair, that it's legal before you put it out. That's what we don't have yet.
It's going to take people coming together, striving for justice in this age of automation.
So this film, Coded Bias, which came out at Sundance and will soon be airing nationally on PBS, I think is a really good indication of the shift in popular awareness and framing of the fight against surveillance technologies that happened between 2020 and 2021. It's the distance between the film Social Dilemma that follows sort of the mostly white cis male creators of technologies and their concerns about biased content algorithms and sort of hypothetical concerns about how that might impact people, and a film like Coded Bias by filmmaker Shalini Kantaya that follows Joy Buolamwini, founder of the Algorithmic Justice League's journey as she technically demonstrates, but then also moves into organizing and working with other organizations to struggle to pass legislation and use other strategies to curtail and roll back the deployment of these racist tools. And as a side note, and I'm working with Joy now in Algorithmic Justice League as a senior research fellow. And a side note would be that we need to continue to shift the discourse from bias to harm, because the discourse of bias can too easily play into multicultural neoliberal solutions of inclusion. So dirty data is a real problem, but whether or not inclusion is a solution depends on the context. So for example, if we're talking about medical imaging, then there's a good argument that we might want the data sets and models to be more inclusive of human biodiversity. But if we're talking about carceral technologies, then inclusion just means a more efficient system for repression and control under the matrix of domination. And that's why in Algorithmic Justice League, we are now shifting to advance the conversation around actually existing harms. And we're developing what's called CRASH, or the Community Reporting of Algorithmic System Harms project to that end. Now, ultimately, and I think that part of the reason why we're so excited to be gathering here in IBEAM is that the discourse and practice of resistance fails in the absence of liberatory vision. And that's where the work that we're launching here really shines. So I've moved to a new slide. The image description is an illustration by Clara Giuliano, designer at Coding Rights. A Black person of indeterminate gender is seen from the waist up. 6 hands turn upward around them. 2 large tentacles emerge from their back or behind them and curl around to the edges of the frame. The image is ringed by flowers. Tracings of circuitry and light surround their head, and a heart is visible superimposed on their chest. So I'm turning now to the third and final section of my talk on the need to actively envision and build radical futures, including community-controlled technologies through liberatory processes. This image is linked to a project called the Oracle for Transfeminist Technologies. And that's a project that I've been developing together with collaborators Clara and Joanna Baron from Coding Rights. Between Coding Rights and the Design Justice Network, it's a Oracle card deck for speculative design work that includes a set of cards that are different types of technological objects, different types of transfeminist values, different scenarios that you might face, and different bodies and places that you might inhabit. And it's designed to let people play a game where you basically are envisioning technologies imbued with transfeminist values that will help us construct different worlds. And the technology has been sent back, the Oracle has been sent back from about 1,000 years in the future to us today to be able to create what we need to transform the world. And you can learn more about that by Googling or looking for the Oracle for Transfeminist Technologies. I'd also like to note that one of the values cards in the Oracle is interspeciesism, which resonates with the work Apian by Rapid Response Fellow Aladin Boreoli and collaborators. The Oracle for Transfeminist Technologies has also been used in a number of workshops, both virtually and around the world prior to the pandemic. Most recently, we collaborated with the sex worker organization Decoding Stigma in the Freedom to Fucking Dream workshop, where we were imagining transfeminist technologies from the future that could support sex workers' rights and possible futures. There's so many projects in this space of speculative design and visioning, so we could mention Rapid Response Fellow Rashad Newsom's Being 1.5, a mental health care app for Black Americans, which is an exploration of the possibility of counter-hegemonic algorithms, the Solar Protocol Rapid Response Project by Tega Brain, Alex Nathanson, and Benedetta Piantella. It's a prototype solar-powered server network. We could, well, in the spirit of having freedom to dream, I believe we need not to allow the current carceral uses of machine learning technology to constrain our imaginations for possible creative and liberatory uses. So for example, the Volumetric Performance Toolbox by Valencia James and collaborators reimagines the use of computer vision and machine learning for live dance performance. Now, I will say that all of these acts of creative resistance are crucial, and I also think that they're not enough on their own. I'm going to show another clip.
We can help.
So I apologize that I didn't have a description of what's happening in this video, but we're watching a video about the Drag versus AI workshops that were developed in collaboration between the Algorithmic Justice League and the ACLU of Massachusetts and the Boston Public Library. And I'm a little bit behind on time, so unfortunately, I'm not gonna take the time to really describe that workshop right now, but there's more information about it available on ajl.org, which is the website of the Algorithmic Justice League. So here I wanted to highlight that there are popular education approaches like Drag versus AI, the People's Guide to AI, the Digital Defense Playbook, the Consentful Technology Project, which Rapid Response Fellow Xin discusses in her work TogetherNet. I also think that when we imagine liberatory tech futures, we should use a design justice framework. Design justice is a framework for thinking about how socio-technical systems influence the distribution of benefits and burdens between various groups of people. And it focuses on how design reproduces or challenges the matrix of domination, which is Patricia Hill Collins' term described in Black feminist thought for white supremacy, capitalism, settler colonialism, heteropatriarchy, and other axes of oppression. But most of all, design justice is a community of practice. And so I think I'll end by just saying that ultimately we need to build communities of practice. They need to be flexible enough, caring enough, and welcoming enough, and powerful enough to bring in many, many more people to shift both our understanding and our day-to-day practices about how to develop community-controlled technologies through inclusive and just processes. So in the words of Rapid Response Fellow Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa and the Futura Tropica project, a better digital future is a world where many worlds fit. It's a reference to the Zapatista slogan, Un mundo donde quepan muchos mundos, a world where many worlds fit, a slogan that animates Colombian theorist Arturo Escobar's brilliant book, Designs for the Pluriverse, and my own work in the book Design Justice, Community-Led Practices to Build the Worlds We Need. So I think that I encourage people to learn more about Design Justice and the Design Justice Network. You can learn about the principles that we use at the site designjustice.org. And I don't have time to go into them right now. And you can also learn more about that framework in my book, Design Justice, Community-Led Practices to Build the Worlds We Need, which is available open access at design-justice.pubpub.org. Thank you so much. Connect with the community of practice, and let's build the world that we need.
Thank you so much for that, Sasha. I think I love the framing around movement, resilience, action, and really laying out. I'm certainly familiar with its impacts, but I wasn't familiar before with the idea of necropolitics. So thanks for sharing that. It's certainly an avenue I intend to go further down. So thank you so much. That was really enlightening, and it really set up the stage for our next speakers and the work that they've done. Vincent Sutherland, Dylan Sung, and Hamid Khan with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, the work that they've done to really fight carceral technology and to really use the tools of the system as it exists to really dismantle and work towards the abolition of policing and to work towards the tearing down of carceral technology and really fighting back on that. So appreciative for that, Sasha. Thank you. And so our next conversation is going to be with Vincent Sutherland, Dylan Sung, and Hamid Khan. And Vincent Sutherland is the inaugural executive director for the Center on Race, Inequality, and Law at NYU Law. And he has dedicated his career to advancing racial justice and civil rights. Sutherland spent 7 years at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, where he was a senior counsel engaged in litigation and advocacy at the intersection of race and criminal justice. So I'm really happy to have Vincent join us to be able to guide this conversation with Dylan and Hamid. And Dylan Sung is a multimedia artist and community organizer based in Southern California. And Dylan's research as a PhD student and provost fellow of American Studies in ethnicity at the USC is on the question of migrant self-determination and the conditions of possibility for full participation for stateless peoples. Considering the historical function of Korean statelessness in particular, and her interdisciplinary work analyzes how effective practices such as grief, missing, wanting of possibility can generate resistive subject formations for the speculative potential of stateless socialities in imperiling the notion of citizenship, settler colonialism, and nation statehood. And she also informs and engages her research with an art practice through discourses of fine art, namely social practices and performance studies. She's a 2019 to 2021 Imagining America Page co-director and the lead artist in developing the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition archive as a 2020 to 2021 rapid response for a Better Digital Future Fellow at IBEAM. And Hamid, so much I can say about Hamid. Hamid Khan is an organizer and coordinator with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. The mission of the coalition is to build community-based power to dismantle police surveillance, spying, and infiltration programs. And the coalition utilizes multiple campaigns to advance an innovative organizing model that is Los Angeles-based, but has implications regionally, nationally, internationally. And as founder and former executive director of South Asian Network from 1990 to 2010, Hamid helped create the first grassroots community-based organization in Los Angeles committed to informing and empowering thousands of South Asians in Southern California to act as agents of change in eliminating bias, discrimination, and injustice. And Hamid also serves on the board of May 1st Technology, a membership organization that engages in building movements by advancing the strategy, use, and collective control of technology for local struggles, global transformation, and emancipation without borders. And so I really all three of you, the work that you've done over the last several years has been really inspiring, and I'm really appreciative of you all joining us today to talk about the work that you've created as part of the as far as this rapid response program, and joining us from the Rupture Festival. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Nash, so much for that kind introduction. Just to start off, my name is Vincent Sutherland. The camera captures my image from about the shoulders up. I'm a Black man with brown skin. I have a beard and mustache and bald head. I'm wearing a blue shirt with a collar. And what appears behind me are a bunch of books, some posters, a door, and some other kind of knickknacks in a room where I'm filming this talk from. I use he, him, his pronouns. So I want to start with the premise that for some, algorithmic tools and technologies offer hope. Attracted by the promise of objectivity, neutrality, and data-driven interventions, a lot of people have turned to technological tools in the hopes they can heal what ails us all. And in the criminal system in particular, the hope is that these tools can cure the decisions that leave Black and brown people, men, women, transgender folks, non-gender conforming folks, arrested, jailed, charged, convicted, and sent to prison far more often than their white counterparts. They have turned to tools of prediction, which analyze large data sets and look for patterns to produce forecasts about people or places. They've turned to tools of surveillance, which monitor and survey people and places. But no matter what they turn to, the fundamental reality is that these tools function like a mirror. They draw on our past to shape our present and our future and reflect back to us the world that we inhabit, a world that includes warts, racism, and inequality. My experiences as a public defender, as a civil rights lawyer focused on death and death in prison sentences, on policing, everywhere else that race and the criminal system intersect. And now as the ED of the Center on Race and Equality in the Law, where my advocacy is focused most significantly on the sites and entities and actors engaged in the development and use and oversight of these types of technological tools, have led me to the belief that these tools can't live up to the hope and faith that we so readily and often put in technology to solve our problems. As a matter of fact, I think these tools actually make things worse, because more often than not, they add a veneer of objectivity to a wholly unjust enterprise, amounting to what Ruha Benjamin and others have called a new Jim Code. Now, I think the only way for us to really tackle these types of problems, or one of the most significant ways to tackle one of these types of problems, is by using a critical race lens that helps us understand the relationship between race, power, and the law in American life. What that means is both simple and complicated, because it's something that we have resisted doing in this country since its founding. It means putting race at the center of the frame and thinking of that and acknowledging that race and racism are features of America rather than bugs of the system. It means accepting as true the premise that race is endemic to American society, that racism is woven into the fabric of our country, that we live in a world that's constructed around racial difference and white supremacy. It means that recognizing the law and the criminal legal system in particular support and perpetuate that structure. When we talk about the criminal legal system, at its inception was something that was designed from birth to keep Black people and really all people in their respective places, to perpetuate and support a racial caste system in this country. Using that type of lens also means that we have to understand and recognize that those who are in power will use any means at their disposal to maintain that position of power, to maintain the status quo. It also means understanding that those who are closest to the problems are going to be best positioned to provide us with the solutions that we need. With that in mind, I want to start by talking about some of the problems that come with technology in the criminal system. Then I want to talk with you a little bit about what a few solutions might look like if we were to center race in that conversation. And then I'll be joined by Dylan Sung and Hamid Khan in conversation about the work with Stop LAPD Spine Coalition. So first, let's turn to the problems. Racism in, racism out. Let's take a predictive policing tool, for example, which analyzes large data sets, including historical crime data, to find patterns and produce so-called forecasts about where crime might take place. The popular term for these are called hotspots. We know fundamentally from our experiences that policing and patterns of policing are racialized. New York, Newark, Ferguson, Los Angeles, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia. I don't have to give you statistics or data because you already know who is being policed in those communities, where the overwhelming police presence is situated. We know the police more heavily patrol Black and brown communities, making more stops and more arrests, and thereby creating and encountering more so-called crime. The very entities who are using these technologies are creating the data that they're relying on. The data they're relying on to tell them to go right back into those same communities to engage in more policing and cause more harm to those very same communities. Racism in, racism out. The second problem, the tools are all aimed in the wrong direction. They're all aimed at the people who are being dragged, pulled, persecuted, harmed, oppressed by the criminal legal system. Let's take that same predictive policing tool, for example, and a further iteration of it. Let's move from hot spots, where you're trying to find a location where crime might take place, determine where you might allocate police resources, to hot people. Some predictive policing tools analyze social networks to try and identify who may be the victim or the perpetrator of a crime. All these tools make forecasts or predictions about those particular people, but they tell us absolutely nothing about the police who engage in violence against communities of color every single day in this country. These tools are all aimed at the people who are being consumed by the criminal legal system rather than the actors whose behaviors are the most problematic when it comes to creating racial disparities and creating harms in communities of color. The tools are all aimed in the wrong direction. The third problem, these tools perpetuate a type of digital profiling. In both the predictive policing context, where we're talking about hotspot policing, or hot people policing, we're trying to find people who may be the victim or perpetrator of a crime. These tools are all relying on recommending that you be treated in a particular way because you share some characteristics with other people. People may not have any connection with or relationship to you personally. These tools are analyzing social networks and analyzing locations on the assumption that because someone you might be connected to may be involved in criminal activity, you might be too. Your shared characteristics are what shapes your treatment. That's the very essence of profiling. The fourth problem that these tools perpetuate. When we talk about and think about tools of surveillance, they're all used to monitor and control and keep people in their place. Whether we're talking about cameras that monitor communities or high intensity artificial lights that are used by police departments to watch and track and entrap communities, technologies like ShotSpotter that are used to listen out for the sound of so-called gunfire, tools like electronic monitoring, ankle monitors that are used to make sure that you abide by a particular curfew or stay within a particular geographic location, or remain in your home if you're under house arrest or some other condition while you're waiting the disposition of your criminal case, or while you're on probation or parole, or the constant monitoring that happens to you while you are incarcerated. All these tools are used to monitor and control and keep people in their place. Now, when we deploy and think about these problems and these concerns through a racial justice lens, through the type of lens that I talked about earlier on, we look at not only these interventions in technology, all these interventions that were adopted with at least the notion that they might provide some more objectivity, some more neutrality, a better criminal legal system. adopted on a false promise and a false hope, we look at the solutions much differently as well. We would think about not only the data these tools rely on, as in part those data points are the thumbprints of a surveillance state, but they also represent the purposeful divestment from communities of color that has happened for centuries in this country. We would acknowledge the history of America's criminal legal system and think critically about the actors seeking to implement the technology to enhance or improve a system that we know has always been engaged in racialized control, in social control, always been engaged in supporting a racial caste system. We would think about the original ways in which police forces in this country were used to protect and secure property. The first police forces were those who were tasked with trying to capture people who were trying to escape enslavement. How police forces today are still used to enforce the boundaries of a colony within a nation to protect white spaces. Think Barbecue Becky or the Karens who call the police when they want to eject someone of color from their space. We think about institutions like the Los Angeles Police Department, where the head of the LAPD from 1950 to 1966 hired Marines as instructors in the police academy and embraced a paramilitary approach to policing. What's worse than that, the LAPD recruited white people from the Jim Crow South to serve as police officers, knowing that those people were the most experienced with a regime of racial segregation in the South. And while the dancers have changed, the music has stayed the same because we just learned recently that police and the LAPD were circulating among their officers a Valentine's Day themed card with the George Floyd meme and a picture with his face saying, under the words, you take my breath away. We consider about how surveillance has been used throughout American history to support enslavement, segregation, and anti-Black racism. We think about racism as the algorithm and start by working to quantify the inequity that flows from segregation, from disadvantage in education, from employment, from health, from political power, and respond to what those efforts tell us with resources and investments in communities and people rather than policing and prisons. We'd be responsive to the phenomena that drive people into the criminal legal system in the first place. We put the gaze of the tools and put the tools in the hands of communities who've been targeted for consumption by these systems and aim them at the actors of the system to challenge the bias in decision making, to challenge the ways in which these systems operate altogether. We recognize that there are no tools that can account for the trauma that our communities have suffered. We compensate people for the harms that the tools have caused, a form of digital reparations, for example. And ultimately, we would resist. We'd resist simply layering the tools onto a system in its current state, and instead look at all that data and all those tools and work to dismantle the system itself. And that's why the work that we're about to talk about with Dylan and Hamid is so very important. As an archive, it's a catalog of history. It places the master's tools in the hands of the community, and it speaks the type of resistance that's necessary to shift the balance of power, unearth the premises that we take for granted, and bring us closer to a system that's rooted in dignity and justice, community health and community well-being, true safety. So with that, I think I want to introduce, I believe we have a video, a Stop LAPD video. So I'll let folks cue that up. And after the video, I'll be joining in conversation with Dylan Sung and Hamid Khan about Dylan's work in collaboration with the Stop LAPD Spine Coalition, a grassroots community-based organization based in LA that seeks to build community power toward the abolition of the police state.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dylan Sung, a PhD student, artist, and community organizer. I'm currently in my pajamas, which you can't see because of my strategically placed shawl. And I have long black hair and monolid eyes and a medium light skin tone. I'm currently the lead artist working in collaboration to develop the Stop LAPD Spine Coalition archive as a rapid response for a better digital future fellow at IBEAM. The archive aims to function as a community organizing tool that will house the coalition's thousands of PRA or Public Records Act documents and the many other materials gathered over their years of organizing against state surveillance. Our archive team includes Hamid, Jamie, and Shakir from the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, Aldo, the interface designer, and Ben, the web developer. We also have a number of volunteers and soon-to-be archive fellows. So who is this for? This work is for anybody who is impacted by state surveillance and would like to use transparency as a tactic towards dismantling it. The Stop LAPD Spying Coalition is a grassroots abolitionist organization, so we want nothing less than abolition. For the particular impacts of the archive, we are also eventually hoping to be able to support organizers file their own local PRA requests, digitize and make public those documents, and or support them with developing their own community-based archives with the use of our open source digital tools and resources. Thank you.
Okay. All right. It's now I'm joined by, of course, by Dylan Sung and Hamid Khan, and really excited and thrilled to talk with you guys about both about the work, Dylan, that you've been engaged in, and Hamid, you've been engaged in as well. So yeah, so let's kick it off. So I guess let's talk a little bit about kind of the archive piece and the work you're doing, Dylan, first. You know, how you got interested in it, how you got attracted to it, and then Hamid, I'd like to hear from you, kind of how you got engaged in this work more broadly, and maybe we should go in the other direction. Hamid, maybe you could talk first about how you got engaged in this work, and then Dylan, you tell us how you got involved in the kind of the archiving project.
Certainly, thank you, and thank you, Vincent. And I want to thank Nash for such a nice introduction. So appreciate it. Well, I mean, I think this kind of came naturally to the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition's work because our work has been built itself on the storytelling that we have learned through the various archives as well. One of the couple of the driving values that the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition builds its work is that, number one, that this is not a moment in time, but a continuation of history. So then how are we connecting the history of surveillance and spying and infiltration, you know, going back? I mean, what is the trajectory between lantern laws about 300 years ago and ankle monitor? You know, and what does it really mean, and how that has evolved over time through the Red Squads, through COINTELPRO. And many a times we, you know, over the last, I would say about a decade and a half, a lot of conversation around surveillance hovers around technology, around the equipments that we use, around cell phones, social media, Facebook, this, that, and the other. But surveillance and the modes of social control precede that for decades and centuries. I mean, this is how when we talk about patriarchy, when we talk about settler colonialism, when we talk about white supremacy, when we talk about capitalism, and now increasingly scientific objectivity, surveillance has been really central to gather information. It's basically just trying to keep it down to so the coalition tries to keep the conversation down to a very ground level. And that's where the archive project was also built as well, that you know, what we have learned and then the shoulders that we are riding on, what at this moment in time, what is our fight? What is our defense? How are we building that grassroots power? How are we decolonizing the knowledge? And how are we just kind of making it available? But also making it available not just in the language that is given to us or how we are described, and Dylan will talk more about that too, but how is it being understood and expressed on the street? So kind of developing new vocabularies around that too. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Dylan. And Dylan, I'd love to hear from you, kind of both reactions to what Hamid just shared with us, and also kind of how you got engaged and involved in the project itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and I think I should introduce myself or my pronouns. So my name is Dylan. I use she, her pronouns. The only thing different in the video description of me and me currently is that I'm not wearing pajamas. And I'm wearing some makeup. So that is the kind of level of respect I have for iBeam and its audience. So, so yeah, I got involved in the archive project through just being part of the space. I've Hamid and Jamie and other members of the coalition have been, my comrades for a number of years. And I got to know that the coalition was working on Public Records Act requests. And so, wanting to house it in a website, make it accessible to the public. So I just jumped on in terms of trying to figure out how to get it started logistically, try to get funding for it. And it just kind of happened that way through kind of a long-term kind of community building and kind of mutual trust that we already had in place. And yeah, really excited about the next steps of the archive project, where we are going to be working with archive fellows to develop folksonomies, or our own community-generated vernacular vocabulary, in response to the kind of predominantly kind of state language, the predominant use of state language in these PRA documents. And so because we want to make it the most accessible and usable to community members who might not have any knowledge of state language, state categorizations, which are kind of mostly how these documents currently are kind of organized as or around.
Yeah, and just for folks who just to make clear for folks who might not have heard Dylan say this before in the introductory video, PRA is Public Records Act requests. So those are requests that are filed by folks seeking publicly available information about particular processes or issues going on in their communities. In this case, I know that Stop LAPD Spine Coalition has done incredible work making those types of requests, and really, I think, giving voice to the kind of the phrase that many people hear, knowledge is power and information is power. And I think the thing that really kind of strikes me about the archival project and the kind of value of it is that so often these technologies and these tools are, particularly as they become more and more complex, are unfurled and released into communities without the knowledge or consent of those community members, and are used in ways that are incredibly pernicious. And Hamid, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head when you talk about the surveillance, concerns around surveillance being concerns that have been with us from the beginning of our kind of nation's history. You think about enslavement, like the entire enterprise of enslavement was built around the use of surveillance technologies. And when I say technologies, I'm not talking about obviously computers, but people are literally branded with hot irons into their skin to mark you, your family members, your loved ones as the property of another, or to demonstrate that you had engaged in some type of conduct or misbehavior. You literally could not leave the confines of where you were forced to work without having a pass of some sort that would allow you to roam those spaces with at least some measure of assurance that you wouldn't be harmed by people seeking you out. And so this kind of these tools of surveillance have been with us for such a long time. And I'm curious to hear, Hamid, if you could share kind of some of the successes that Stop LAPD has had in kind of battling back against and pushing back against some of those surveillance efforts, and kind of how you see the archive is playing a role in kind of the future of the work that the coalition is going to be engaged in.
So the Stop LAPD Spine Coalition basically started about 10 years ago, and it was coming together of folks who have historically been involved in movement building in Los Angeles. I myself have been organizing in LA for about 35 years. in various capacities at South Asian Network, LA Taxi Workers Alliance, and then this, and then. So it was really an understanding of folks who had been building grassroots power, but also constantly confronting state violence, the national security police state, particularly post 9/11, as a name like Hamid Hussain Khan, immigrant from Pakistan, had been targeted quite a bit by the FBI visits and secondary inspection and third inspection and, just this, that, and the other. But so if we talk about the way we have built the coalition's work is, I think it's also critical to lift that the narrative that we have built really became our guide. Because historically speaking and the conventional understanding of surveillance is pretty much rooted in the invasion of privacy. That's a context that everybody kind of approaches that. But from us, and particularly as non-white individuals, Black and brown, migrant, unhoused, undocumented, queer, trans folks, it was very clear, obviously, historically speaking, that privacy is a very limited kind of a scope, and it's almost like a privileged space, and I would say even a white privileged space to be, where our bodies have been bared, and then we have been, as you said, branded, and colonization, our histories have always been written. So privacy, in a sense, what does it mean to us? So to kind of just really shift that and pivot a radical shift from invasion of privacy to the intent to cause harm. That how surveillance has been a methodology and a practice with the intent to cause harm, that how information is collected and in order to contain and control and criminalize, and then to trace and track and monitor and to stalk people. So in a sense that, branding of people happening in many different ways. So that really helped then elevate, and even for us to even talk about it before the coalition started, we spent, and when I say we, a whole bunch of folks, spent a whole lot of time, about 8 to 9 months on the streets, talking to different folks who are based out of Skid Row. So for us, it was really critical to lift this work, that how surveillance is tip of that policing knife, that how race and poverty and suspect bodies are policed. We're not lawyers, we're not, in a sense, academics or technologists, but just, day-to-day grassroots organizers. So I think that to me was really one of the biggest successes in kind of shifting that narrative and then kind of building from there. And then, we have weaponized the Public Records Act request quite a bit. We won 2 public records lawsuits. We launched a campaign against LAPD's predictive policing program about 7 years ago. I want to honor my comrade, Jamie Garcia, who took the lead and led that campaign. And through public records and weaponizing that, we released a report called Before the Bullet Hits the Body, Dismantling Predictive Policing. And in that, we showed that how, and here, something you stated earlier, Vincent, I just want to kind of build on that about the feedback loop of racism in, racism out. But what the coalition did was to kind of just move beyond that, move beyond the feedback loop and move beyond the ratchet effect, and started looking and decentering the pred poll piece and decentering that and looking at the ecology as where did it come? So that's where we started looking at the academic complicity, that it was the academics who helped build this counterinsurgency program to predict insurgency. It was the Department of Defense, so the federal government comes in by seeding these programs, the role of BJA, Bureau of Justice Assistance, for funding these programs, then the city government itself and its complicity, then the land developers. So in essence, where we have reached a stage now that we are making these direct links between these tactics of surveillance and between land. That it is about gentrification, it is about development, it is this mode of new settler colonialism, which is being masked by these pseudo-scientific kind of approach, where the conversation is still limited between the feedback loop, but it's much bigger than that. The algorithmic ecology really helps us understand that how we build these abolitionist tools, where it goes beyond the quarantining of communities in Skid Row, but really looking at that how these penthouse suites are being built around the dirty divide.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's so incredibly important. Especially when you're talking about kind of going beyond the dirty data feedback loop concerns. I think those are certainly valid concerns. But to me, the answer to these problems is not kind of fixing or scrubbing the data, or cleaning up the feedback loop, right? The technologies don't exist separate from the systems within which they're being used. And you have a system like the criminal legal system, which has been premised on the domination and control of Black and brown bodies. You're basically slapping kind of a nice engine on a car that you already know is deeply problematic. What does that get you? Kind of nothing good, right? I don't want to make this system that we already know and I've been battling against for my entire career operate more efficiently and operate better. As a matter of fact, I think the system is actually operating exactly as it was designed from the beginning, right? It was always designed to do this. You think about the criminal law as a tool, as an algorithm in some ways of who is free and who is not, who could go places, who could not, who could do what, when, where, and why, and how, right? And so, and all divided along racial lines. And so I think about these systems not as broken, but actually is working exactly as they should. And, to the extent that people are approaching these technologies with the idea that we'll be able to improve these systems, improve the operation of these systems, I push back on that premise. I really think that we should be trying to figure, if we're going to use the technologies at all, we should figure out ways to use these technologies to dismantle these systems, right? To dismantle the use of policing, to dismantle the use of prisons and jails, and the investments that we make in those pieces of the criminal legal system. I think you're very, appropriate to kind of focus on that entire ecology, because so many actors are complicit, and complicit possibly without even knowing the level of what they're engaged in, to make these systems operate. Dylan, I'm kind of curious to hear from you and kind of hear your reflections and thoughts about all this, and kind of, I'm struck by the fact that the archival project is not only kind of an archive of the requests that Stop LAPD has made and successfully been able to get a hold of over the years. There's also kind of an archive of resistance to these technologies and these tools as well. So I'm kind of curious to hear about your thoughts about that, and anything else that we've been talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what the coalition does so successfully is kind of resisting the datification of our bodies, where we kind of basically we're conforming to the technologies that are supposedly meant to help us, and thus conforming to the expectations and discourse of the corporations that produce these technologies, rather than kind of the other way around, or hopefully the premise is the other way around. And so with the archive, and which is just really an extension of the work of the coalition, part of the abolitionist technology that we're trying to create is that kind of resistance to datification, that resistance through community research, through community knowledge building, which I think is really crucial in the community archive project that we're building. And yeah, certainly we don't want the archive, or our archive, to be another kind of mirror repository of state documents. We don't want it to be like considered a data dump where only those who are kind of interested in reading these documents would actually have access to it. We are hoping to work in conjunction with the PRA working group within the coalition, with local archivists and library organizations and communities, in order to do community research in relation to these documents as well, and also create our own kind of a decolonial abolitionist language, which I think the archive project is especially kind of aimed and geared to facilitate.
Fantastic. So Dylan, I think you get you got the last word, because I know we're at time. But I really thoroughly enjoyed this conversation with both of you, and I couldn't be a bigger fan of the work that you're doing. I think there is everything right about taking the technologies that we have and using those tools to dismantle these systems that we have in place, and build something different, better, and better for all of us down the road. So thanks so much for all the work you're doing. I mean, great to see you as always. Dylan, wonderful speaking with you and being in conversation with you as well. And congratulations on a phenomenal project. Take care, everybody.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate the framing that these systems of oppression and these systems of repression are not, they're not broken. We don't need to fix them. We don't need to make them work better. They're working exactly the way they're designed, and unfortunately they're working really well. And it's great to hear that folks are engaging in building projects that work just as well, if not better, in building the resources for our communities to be able to fight back, to be able to break down those systems. And so thank all three of you. I really appreciate that. And one of the things that it made me think about as you were talking is, you know, a dear friend of mine, Amin Hussein, who's a Palestinian organizer, often says that our liberation is collective or it's non-existent. And that really is the case, you know, not beyond borders, beyond race, beyond class, beyond sexuality, beyond profession. And so I love the fact that we're going to, as we move on with today's discussion, we're going to be joined by more folks that are going to talk about the ways that some of these systems, the ways that bad legislation, the way that all of the same things that we've kind of spoken about with some degree of framing, specifically in how of racial oppression and class repression, but also the way that it impacts, you know, folks within the sex worker communities and other communities who are impacted by a heteropatriarchal idea of what is art and what is criminalized. And so I'm really happy and to be joined next by Juno Mack, who's a sex worker and activist with the Sex Worker Advocacy and Resistance Movement, SWARM, and a sex worker-led collective based in the UK. And along with Molly Smith, she is the co-author of Revolting Prostitutes, The Fight for Sex Workers' Rights, published in 2018, as well as Z Royale. And Z Royale is a writer, performer, and sex worker who has performed with organizations such as Veil Machines Eviction, who we'll hear more about later, as well as from Kink Out Events, as well as Aorta Films. And so thank you, Juno and Z, for joining us.
Thank you. I'm really excited to have this.
Hi, thank you.
Juno, would you like to start with your description and then I'll go after you?
Sure. Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here. Visually, I'm a white woman with long brown hair, bright blue eyeshadow, brown lipstick, red heart-shaped earrings, a leopard print top, in a plain bedroom. And my pronouns are she, her.
And I am Z Royale, artist and co-producer of BOW. I'm also the communications director of the Sex Workers Project at the Urban Justice Center, kink educator, writer, and performer in the sex work industries. So my pronouns are Z, they, and them. I identify as Black. I do have a caramel complexion. I also have turquoise, blue, green hair in a messy top knot, Black eyeliner, a leather top, a silver chain, and Black carabiner. In the backdrop exists a silver bar where Black rope, breast silver chain, and a blindfold are hanging in space in front of a white wall. So I want to start off this discussion talking about Juno Mack's book, Revolting Prostitutes, that was published in 2018 and also written with Molly Smith. I wanted to say to you, Juno, that this is the most progressive text I have yet to read on sex work, specifically in the industry, and also connecting that to decrim. And normally I don't read introductions, but because yours was so enthralling, I want to start off with just a little bit of that reading and then how it actually blends into some inspiration that I also wrote. Yes. So I will quote you. So the beginning of the introduction of Revolting Prostitutes starts with, sex workers are everywhere. We are your neighbors. We brush past you on the street. Our kids go to the same schools as yours. We're behind you at the self-service checkout with baby food and a bottle of Pinot Grigio. If I may continue, we are your fantasy, the reason why you come day and night. We deserve credit for helping you give better head. The shibari artist who taught you how to tie your partner up. A perfect reason to masturbate. The one who spanked you into ecstatic oblivion. We aim to help you experience pleasure that could lead you towards the path of orgasmic enlightenment. So thank you, Juno, for sharing
awesome.
your knowledge and perspective, and especially having come from a lived experience. It's too often that we hear from researchers, advocates, and academicians, and some other enthusiasts on this topic, but I just feel like they are the very clients who lie recumbent when it comes to sex worker rights and activism. So how has this book empowered you, the sex work industry, and also educated society when it comes to opening minds and expanding ideas around sex?
Yeah, well, thank you first off for that, which I really enjoyed. With the book, we felt, me and my co-author Molly, we really felt that for a long time, sex workers have been a group spoken about, sometimes spoken to, but very rarely spoken with. And even more rarely do we lead the conversation. And so when we're not leading those conversations, it's very easy for us to be categorized in according to very simplistic ideas about who we are, who we might be, our bodies and experiences. And that tends to mean that sex workers are divided into a dichotomous idea about villains and victims, or empowered and enslaved. These incredibly reductive ideas about sex workers really don't serve the full, the richness of the sex worker movement and the kinds of experiences that we do have. I think that a lot has been done in the second wave, the sex work movement up till now, to reframe this idea of the villain as someone who's actually sexually empowered, who has something to say about sex. But I think that we have a long way to go before we really trouble this distinction between empowered and victimized. And we really have to do more to recognize that sex workers are in fact survivors, and that there is no hard and fast distinction between survivors and sex workers, and that sex workers are themselves at the helm of survivor-led movements, and that we can have a more nuanced approach. This is what we've tried to do with the book, try and have a more nuanced conversation about empowerment, about exploitation, and recognize that a lot of the time sex workers have a range of experiences that kind of encompass all of this. And if we can lead more conversations, such as what we've tried to do with the book, but also what I think Body of Work is trying to do, is to start a conversation and lead that conversation, be the ones holding that space. And then we can make sure that we're in charge of those narratives and that they really reflect what our lives are actually like, rather than having narratives imposed onto us or projected onto us by people that have never sold sex. So I think that's really important. That's one of the many things that we wanted to do with the book, and really see it as a starting point for a conversation, which is why it's so great that when you read out the beginning of the book, you introduced some of your own ideas, because it can't just be about two sex workers. It can't just be about one collective. It's a global movement, and there's a lot to say. There's a lot of perspectives.
Right. I totally agree. And I really just enjoyed too how you spoke about it from a feminist perspective. I also wanted to quote that you talked about the fact that sex workers are the original feminists shaping and contributing to social movements across the world. And that's something that we rarely hear. We mostly hear from SWERFs, people who are sex work exclusionary feminists, and we're not actually hearing from a feminist perspective that actually is more evolved. So yeah. I just thank you for that.
Yeah, sex workers have been embedded in liberation movements throughout history. They're just often not really included in the version of history that everybody comes to understand. Sex workers were part of the original Women's March. They've been involved in workers' movements going very far back. They were embedded in the Mau Mau liberation movement. So I think it's really about recognizing that sex workers have always been at the heart of the labor rights movement, women's movements, queer liberation, and they need that credit really. And also artist spaces.
Right.
Hookers have always been in artist spaces. I'd love to know actually about your perspective as an artist and how your art is a conversation between like your experiences in the sex industry and outside of it, and how that kind of influences what you do as an artist.
Yes, I actually grew up in a very repressed circumstance in Texas where most of my early days were centered around discovering my sexuality through fantasy. And some of that might have been trying to pick up Harlequin novels, like, you know, finding those in the parents' room, or, you know, finding the joy of sex. But I have to say, as I've evolved, I started as a writer, and I was writing out these erotic fantasies even in junior high, because I felt like, you know, what we were reading so far was so limited. But then I broke out of Texas and came to New York so that I could be my full self, specifically as a queer, specifically as a genderqueer person. And at that time, I discovered communities like Brown Girls Burlesque, where I started off using my skills in dance, and also being able to show myself and empower myself in the way that I wanted. And even though I was in costume, and I had to also had to be kind of hidden because I had a social work job. I was a therapist as well at the same time. I felt like I don't want to hide this aspect of myself. It's really important for me to work my root chakra to be able to not be sexually frustrated in a sexually frustrating country, and to really just be my full creative self. I have to say that the thing I do love about sex work, as I've evolved to from burlesque to then moving to Europe and becoming a spank therapist, doing bondage with chain at Rome Bondage Week, the only Black person doing this, I really start to feel more and more like I need to see more of myself out there. So why don't I be that person? You know, there's not a lot of BIPOC, TGNC people that see themselves out there in the industry and in film specifically. So I started to get into film for that reason. I am now in the midst of doing a performance art piece called Daymares. It's about erotic anxiety. And I think that's also talking about the elements of eroticism that we never really discuss. The fact that it's not always, you know, just hot and sexy. It's sometimes you're just super nervous about what you're gonna experience. Are you gonna come or not? Is this person gonna be pleased or not? I really try to just open up and broaden horizons. And so I'm really happy to be a part of Kink Out, and specifically that BOW as a platform is being formed so that more artists like me who want to be able to show our full selves, we're non-linear people. You know, sex workers are non-linear. We have so many talents, you know, we come from so many different walks of life, like you said in the intro, and I want to be able to show that proudly.
Yeah, and would you mind saying a bit more about Body of Workers and what it's trying to do, what it's going to bring like new to the table? Because as far as I know, it's coded entirely by BIPOC, TGNC, queer, kinky sex workers, which for me is like, that's a super radical disruption of the status quo. So would you mind telling us a bit more about it?
Definitely. And also it's such a sexy team, and I'm happy to be a part of it. But yes, I feel like it's, again, giving voice to BIPOC, TGNC, queer people in the sex work industries, and really helping us be able to, again, expand ideas around sex and sexuality, be more progressive, show diversity within our communities. It's also an opportunity for us to display as sex worker artists the plethora of creative angles there are when it comes to eroticism. I feel like it's a privilege for friends, lovers, enthusiasts to have the opportunity to see our work. and to experience our work. And so because of course, these horrible censorship laws that are increasing right now, I'm feeling like we're going back into time, like we're gonna be in The Handmaid's Tale soon. I don't know how many people read Margaret Atwood, but it's a very dystopic view of how our society is becoming less into expanding ideas around sex and sexuality. There's a lot of morality policing going on. So right now, I feel like it's really important for us to have a virtual safe space, or what we call a safe house for sex workers and artists to come together in community so that we can support each other. And also others, again, have the privilege to be a part of that community and really appreciate our work.
Yeah, and I also think it's so much the case that sex workers have created what is desirable and artistically rich about an app like Instagram. We've been a part of why so many people use that app, and then being pushed out of it, and then creating our own new space. In the end, that's where the gentrifiers will want to be, in the future. This is the process. We create new things, and then they are co-opted and stolen, and then we're pushed away from them. But for now, like the idea of a fresh, new, exciting space where sex workers have control and not this hostile algorithm that's really about making money from people, like sex workers being allowed to monetize their own sexual labor, is really exciting and radical, I think.
I agree. And I'm just, because of the blocks that we've experienced with shadow banning and also Sesta Fosta, and then in general, just like misrepresentation, I think it is time for us to step up into the spaces that we deserve to be in. We deserve labor rights like everyone else. And on top of it, personally, as someone who chooses to do sex work, it really makes my sapiosexual, demisexual, and my algamaltophilia dreams come true. So I am really into making sure that I'm uplifting this very creative, autonomous, sustainable, safe space for sex worker artists.
Yeah. Do you feel like there are challenges to bear in mind with a project like this? Do you think there'll be things to see in the far off as stumbling blocks potentially to come up against, or areas for caution or concern? Because for me, when I think about new platforms, I think about new ways that privacy could become an issue. Obviously we have to be able to keep control of our data and stuff like that.
Right. I definitely think there's always going to be concerns when it comes to that. But luckily, we have BIPOC TGNC hackers that know how to shift with the change and also know how to continue to encrypt and protect us as sex workers. But I think ultimately we want to lead towards decrim. And I think destigmatization really does help in general, especially when newer generations recognize the importance of sex and sexuality. And really, I'm also working on a documentary film with the Sex Workers Project to really highlight sex workers as sexperts, people who are the educators, the ones that, without us, how would you know that you can try different types of fetishes? How would you know that, sex
There's so much knowledge. There's so much power that we already have. When I think about a new platform, I think about how can we bring with us everything that our forebears already know, all of the historical struggles in the street, in the brothel, in the hotel, all of the knowledge and the wisdom that we bring with us, to make sure that we're not reinventing the wheel over and over again. We have people, we have a whole movement, and if we can try and bring that with us, then we can do incredible things. For me, I'm so excited about the idea of being able to control my image, to have some autonomy over that, especially since the pandemic. Having my image online has felt like this new frontier where no one's really looking after us, and we have to take care of ourselves. We have to be our own elders. It's very stressful.
Yeah, and mutual aid is so important. I think you also stress that in the book, that, we've always been doing things on our own because we have to, and we know how to take care of each other in community, but we also deserve reparations. So that's something that I feel like, also the platform will highlight all the things that we are about, that we are not linear, that we're multi-talented. And I think that, again, fucking is also creative. I think that it's unfortunate that if people are sexually frustrated out there and are demeaning sex workers because of it, I think you need to think again about your own life and what you need in yours.
Well, we're the canary down the coal mine. Like, I think people think, oh, maybe it's not so important if sex workers disappear from the internet. But if we disappear, other people will come after us. Like, we won't be the last people penalized. So honestly, people have to consider sex workers' visibility on the internet as an issue of freedom of expression for everybody. Starting with sex workers, it benefits everyone else.
Yeah, and I've heard like another sex worker friend say, we are essential workers. So without us, like, what would your life be like? It would be very sexless. I think we should really think about that as far as not just education, sexual healing. And so that's something that, like you said, you highlighted that people need to know more about.
Yeah, I'm very excited for like what's coming with this project, and I hope that that we in the UK can like be a part of it, because I think if anyone can do this, it's sex workers based in a part of the world that you're in specifically, just because there's such an interesting creative hub of sex worker activism that's also incredibly focused on the creative and the artistic, which is something that I'd love to see more of in the British sex worker movement. We tend to be kind of like a little bit more relentlessly focused on the politics of it and lobbying and the dry stuff, but I'm very excited by what I see coming out of the movement where you are, and yeah, just super excited to be able to have this conversation with you, really.
Yeah, me too. And I definitely feel like we will host a lot of the, like, eventually when we're really spreading this broader, that the UK will also be able to join, and specifically you. So sure, just let us know.
Trust me, I will be there on any platform where I can put pictures of my titties. I'll be there. Like, I have a back catalog of things that I need to post. I'm just desperate to express myself. God damn it. And I feel like sex workers have so much to offer. It's not just about making money. It's also about, being creative and showing off what we can do creatively. That's also, it's not, obviously it's about decriminalizing sex work. It's about structural change, but we want bread, but we also want roses. And in this case, the roses is like freedom of self-expression and showing people that we, yes, we resist. Yes, we survive. Yes, we withstand, but it's also about thriving. It's also about healing. It's all these other things. Everything has to play a part.
Yes, definitely. And I am happy about the baby steps that have just been taken this year. I mean, finally, the Walking While Trans ban was repealed on February 2nd. It was a long time coming. But for those of you who don't know, this legislation is repealing the section of the law that was intended to prohibit loitering for the purpose of engaging in prostitution. But it ended up being discriminatory and really specifically towards trans women. Specifically Black trans women. So now finally we have some type of liberation that Black trans women can walk down the street without being targeted, whether they're doing sex work or not. They should not be. So that happened. And then now the Sex Workers Project, we actually are heading a campaign in Oregon. We put out a House bill with Representative Nose in Oregon called House Bill 3088. And it's just now started. But at least it's starting some decrim efforts with a model that's by sex workers from a sex work-based organization that we hope to spread across the nation.
It's really exciting and inspiring to chat with you, actually, and I can't wait to see what else you do.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what else you do also, Juno.
I'm gonna just put my feet up now. I've written that book. I'm very tired. I just want to show off my titties and relax, really.
Oh, perfect. We're here for it.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both. I kept thinking about the old adage, the first they came for the trade unionists and I didn't say anything because I wasn't a trade unionist, right? And it's like, first they came for the sex workers and then they'll come for the Black and the migrant folks. And hopefully folks will speak up before they turn around and there's no one there to speak for them. So thank you both. It's super important. And so we're going to take a 10-minute break. So if you need to, take a bio break, or if, and also remember that the lounge is open. So if you want to go, click on that oval in the top left and go and share your thoughts and what you're thinking about and what you're learning, and your ideas with other folks that are part of this journey with us. It's a good time to do that. And then when we come back, we're going to be joined by Lori Jo Reynolds and the Chicago 400. But for now, do what you need to do. We'll reconvene at the top of the hour and hear from even more amazing speakers. And so thank you all and see you shortly.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to day 4, the last day of our festival. We're so glad that you're here with us. I'm Jay Soto, Manager of Programs and Inclusion here at iBeam. I use he, him pronouns, and I have dark brown, short hair, light brown skin. I'm a queer Mexican-American man, and I'm wearing today a kind of beige-ish sweater with a dark blue collared shirt underneath. Today, we are witnessing and celebrating the work of Veil Machine in collaboration with Kink Out and Dylan Sung in collaboration with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. Today's program is hosted by Nash Sheard, with talks by and with our friends Sasha Costanza Chalk, Vincent Sutherland, Hamid Khan with Dylan Sung, Juno Mack and Z Royale, and soon members of the Chicago 400 Alliance with Lori Jo Reynolds and others. Later on, Ian Q and Mar of Body of Workers, and our Executive Director, Roderick Schrock, with Dina Hagag, President and CEO of United States Artists, coming up this afternoon. If you're just joining us, I'd like to share a brief reminder that will also be available in the chat box anytime to assist with access and support your experience navigating the From the Rupture web environment. We also encourage you all to introduce yourselves in the chat, say hello, share maybe where you're from. You can also share reflections on the program, and please visit the attendee lounge at any time, which you can access via the upper left-hand corner of the screen. We can also drop that link in the chat too, if you're having trouble accessing it. And there you'll meet fellow attendees, engage with some of the artists, and just hang out. Please take a moment also to visit us online. There's several ways you can engage with us further. Check out the new Fold membership, which was built to bring our community closer together and engage closer with the artists that we support. It's really a platform for genuine exchange, and we just started it, and we'd love to have you be a part of it. And now a little bit about the artists featured today. Veil Machine and Kink Out are teaming up to produce Body of Workers, and Dylan Sung in collaboration with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. They're each working collectively to shift power structures, resist surveillance, and build coalitions for real change. I'm deeply grateful to witness the evolution of both of their projects over the last 9 months and to get to know each of them, all of them actually, as artists. And now I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over to Nash to continue with the program. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jay. I could not agree more. I wish I had the opportunity, like your perspective, to really watch these projects develop over the last several months. But in the time that I've been, from the first phase to now, I've just been overwhelmed with and inspired by their work. And something that when we've been taught for a long time that if you do something and you pay your price, and then there's a path to forgiveness, and hopefully we're developing paths to be able to have more restorative processes and to be able to address the root causes of harms and make sure that the needs of everyone are addressed and to create better societies. But right now, we spoke earlier about the fact that the systems that we're living under now, the systems of oppression, the systems of repression, are not broken systems. They're not systems that we need to make to work more smoothly. They're working exactly the way that they were designed to, and in a lot of forms. In a lot of ways, what they were designed to do is to continue to leave a heavy burden and weight, and to capitalize on the bodies of Black and Brown and poor folks, and it is a reality in our criminal justice system, and including the fact that many folks who after they've been incarcerated, after their incarceration, there are severe requirements with a great threat of reincarceration if they don't meet high burdens. And so the folks that we're about to speak to are firsthand able to share with us their experiences in how having gone through that system and now experiencing the challenges. Many folks, after they've been convicted of a felony, are not allowed to receive different benefits, including public housing. And often, if you're for houseless folks, for folks that are experiencing homelessness, there's requirements to be able to check in. And if you're not checked in, there is that threat of being able of having to be put back into that system. And so Lori Jo Reynolds, who's one of the folks that was going to join us in as well as the Chicago 400, is an artist and policy advocate whose work challenges the demonization and warehousing and social exclusion of people in the criminal legal system, often long-term efforts that begin at the margins of political viability. And I'm really happy that Lori Jo Reynolds is also joined by representatives of the Chicago 400. The Chicago 400 are parents and grandparents, veterans, providers, mentors, church members, hard workers, and faithful friends, who are also people with past convictions that require registration and who are experiencing homelessness and therefore have to re-register weekly at Chicago Police Headquarters or receive new felony convictions. And most of the folks in the Chicago 400 are homeless due to housing banishment laws. And the Chicago 400 Alliance are individuals and organizations supporting them in their shared public safety goals to prevent crime, support survivors, and hold people accountable for harm, then let people with past convictions move on with their lives. They're all believers in God, peace, restoration, and in the possibility that their lives will change with the support of community, folks like you. And so I'm really happy to be able to welcome this conversation between Lori Jo Reynolds and representatives of the Chicago 400, including Terrence Chisholm, J.C. Clark, Stephen Diggs, Benjamin Head, Robert East, and Thomas C. Williams. So Lori, I'll welcome, and I will pass the space on to you, and really appreciative to have you all join us today.
Hi, everyone. I think Terrence is going to begin. I appreciate the handoff to me, but I follow the lead of the Chicago 400. So they're going to start and then I'll pick it up. But we don't have everyone on yet. I don't know if Terrence, you might just want to start and we'll get everyone.
Thanks, Lorizo, and thanks to the host and the organization of this. My name is Terrence Chisholm. I'm one of the leaders of the Chicago 400. On the behalf of myself, JC, and others, we would like to say thank you for having us, and we appreciate you taking your time out of your busy schedule to talk to us and for us to talk to y'all, to get y'all information and things that we do in our organization and how our life has been due to registration and house banishment laws. And I could give it to JC and he could give his introduction and I'll come back. Thank you. Jesse, you're on. You can mute yourself. So we having technical with JC. I could give a brief introduction on myself. I'm Terrence. I'm 37 years old. I have two boys, ages 13 and 16.
Terrence, I'm muted. Hello?
We can hear you, JC.
I'm on. Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Once again, thank you, Terrence. Thank you, Larry, Lori, Joe. Thank you to the host that's welcomed us into this great global pandemic that we're facing, not just with COVID and all other things. We have a pandemic of homelessness due to housing restrictions and having to register weekly. I am so elated and grateful that we have been chosen to be a part of this platform. It is a great honor to be able to be on and to be acknowledged. Thanks again, once again, for being here. I'm a Chicago 400 member I have been going through the registration system over 20 years. But I'm also grateful just to being able to let our voices be heard today. And I'll pass it on to the next member of the Chicago Project.
Next, we could have Stephen speak, please.
Hello, my name is Stephen Diggs. I'm a member of Chicago 400. I'm also a drug counselor with Above and Beyond Recovery Center, who also has joined the Alliance with Chicago 400. I am a husband. I am a grandfather. I'm a father. I'm a son, and I'm a brother.
Be careful. Be careful, big girl.
I am also a registered weekly at the Chicago Police Department. I am asking you guys to support us with social media. You guys support us through Twitter, Facebook, to help get out the message that we need help with our cause in Chicago. We the Chicago 400 and the members of Chicago 400. We are seeking to get a housing advancement as far as 500 feet. We're asking to be reduced to 250 feet. We are also asking that our weekly registration be banished for good, and maybe yearly or accordingly. And I turn over to somebody else right now. Terrence.
Yes, next on the agenda, we would like to talk about the housing abandonment laws. If Thomas and JC could give us.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This Thomas.
Yes, I'm introducing you now. Can you please give us a 2-minute briefing on how it has been to deal with housing abandonment laws and how your life been due to the fact that you've been without housing?
Yes. I'd like to just first say good morning, good afternoon to all the members of the Chicago 400. My name is Brother Thomas C. Williams. I'm a Chicago 400 member for life. It's been rough for the last, I want to say, 30-something years. I've been going through this ordeal, weekly registration, and it hasn't gotten any better. And then I have had a spinal operation on my back, so I can't move like I used to move. I'm just beginning to walk again. But it's a shame that you've been locked up, even if you did or didn't do. And when you come out, you have to re-sign again. For what? I mean, you making me do a double. You say my guilt. Okay, I served my time. So why am I now still going through these changes? I can't even get an apartment. I have to sleep on the L. Have you ever slept in an abandoned building or on steps when it's cold outside? I have. Have you ever sat on the corner of Chicago streets at the CTA's bus stop just to get you some rest? I have. So I mean, it behooves one to give us the help that's necessary to abolish or cut these laws, especially this weekly registration. It's a hazard, and I can't even get an apartment because it's close to a school or something, and that's a shame, So I mean, I could go into detail about this issue, but I'm just gonna say it like that. Can you please get some help? Can we please abolish these laws? And with that, I'm gonna leave it alone. Peace.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, for that information. It was much needed. And now I will pass it to our leader, Lori Joe, who's been a major impact on my life and other members of the Chicago 400 throughout the work that she does for us. And I will pass it to her, and she can introduce herself and she could talk about more of the bills that we are looking to pass and other things that we have going on with the Chicago 400. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Terrence. And I'm going to attempt to share the screen, so wish me luck. I have stage fright. Wait, okay. Let's see. Did that work? Do you see it? Yes? Okay. So thanks, everyone. Just to be clear, you're meeting the leaders of the Chicago 400, and my job is to work. It's not my job, but my work, we're all volunteers. It's an all volunteer grassroots campaign. We're all working together to support the Chicago 400. But I'm coordinating the alliance of people who are supporting the Chicago 400. So I'll talk more about that in a second. And these are Chicago 400 members at the Chicago Police Station. And as you've learned, the Chicago 400, the people in Chicago on public conviction registries experiencing homelessness who therefore have to register weekly. And the images that we're showing, that I'm about to show, that people wanted to show, came from the Chicago 400 having a show at the Drawing Center in New York. And here's the fundamental premise of our work, which we've already stated, that our criminal justice policies should prevent victimization, support survivors, and hold people accountable for harm. Then after punishment, let people move on with their lives. And we're focusing on the acute crisis caused by residency restrictions, discredited policies that permanently exclude people from most housing for life. And this is very disproportionately Black men. By barring people from nearly all housing, we force hundreds of Chicagoans into homelessness and keep some 1,400 people in Illinois in prison past their release dates. Why? Because you can't leave prison if you're homeless. And we're forcing this even on people who have homes to go to. Many people have safe and welcome homes, but our laws make their housing options a crime. And as we will explain, these are totally barbaric laws. This is the new Jim Crow. And so I just was going to give you a little background in this to make sure there's no reason in the world you would even consider supporting these laws. So let's start with the public conviction registries, laws that require, this is people getting kicked out of their housing even when they have homes already, which many of the Chicago 400 have had this happen, and they'll tell you about it. So public conviction registries are laws that require the police to collect personal data and photos from people simply because they have a past criminal conviction and then put all that on the internet. There's an entire police apparatus to collect all this data called registration. People have to follow a confusing maze of reporting requirements and show up at the police station every year, 4 times a year, every time you change anything, or if you're homeless, 52 times a year, and hand over your data to the police. And you'll get a felony if you don't do this. So it's really important for people to understand public conviction registries as a police project, moving people by the tens of thousands to police stations, and then moving the police by tens of thousands into domestic spaces just to see if you reported your address correctly. So registries require people with past convictions, free people, to be forced into ongoing adversarial, repressive contact with police after punishment is complete, for decades or for life. So please see this as an engine of police abuse and reincarceration, but also a huge expansion of the carceral state. Registries are not part of punishment. This is just added on stuff. Legislators have sold this to the public as a form of public safety, but how could it possibly be? In Illinois, we have 47% of the population with an arrest or a conviction record. And so then we just go on to list, thousands of people on the internet sorted out by convictions. Illinois has conviction registries for violent offenses against youth, murder, meth manufacturing, arson, and of course, everyone knows about the sex offense registry. And Chicago has a gun conviction registry. We have very high rates of people listed and labeled on registries. So 1 in every 212 men in our state is on a registry, And for Black men, that's 1 in every 84 Black men is on the sex offense registry. And that's incredible numbers of people. And the rates of Illinois men on all public conviction registries is 1 in 45 men. For Black men, that's 1 in 42. 1 in 42 Black men in our state is listed and labeled on a public conviction registry and invited to have ongoing adversarial police contact. Obviously, these racial disparities are the end point of many other processes with disproportionate racial outcomes. They're a proxy for race. I don't need to tell this audience, that hyperincarceration followed decades of concentrated economic divestment in segregated communities, and there's, a complete abdication of like any social service, tax base, all wealth going to the suburbs, etc. But it's really important to remember that addressing the many pathways to interpersonal and community violence requires addressing the whole health of the whole community, investing in true well-being and social welfare, ending inequality. Public safety comes from meeting human needs, not taking them away. And one thing is clear: gun violence, sexual violence, domestic violence, robbery, child abuse, substance abuse are not prevented by listing people with past convictions on the internet. True public safety comes from secure housing and jobs, strong ties to family and community, hope for the future, and recognition of worth from others. And all that these policies take away. Sorry? All that these policies take away. Is there a problem with the slides? Oh, sorry. Okay.
No.
Good. So that's why we're gathered here today, and that's why advocates for survivors and many other advocates are finally stepping up to support the Chicago 400 in their organizing efforts to challenge these laws. We all know the life-shattering impact of violence and incarceration, and we're all tired of watching our state waste resources that could be spent on good government. So just some definitions as we go on. We don't have time to talk about public space banishment laws today, but we have them. So let's go on to housing banishment laws. But just note that we do banish our fellow human beings, wonderful, incredible human beings, from public space for life. That's what we do. Okay, and then also from housing. So here's housing banishment. These are laws that bar you from living 500 feet around property lines of schools, playgrounds, daycares, parks, boulevards, etc. for life. When you put a 1.5 block radius around all these things, you're banished from the neighborhood. But when you add up all the neighborhoods, it's a blackout. And not everything is even included in this map because people don't even have access to know everything they're banished from. But if you do live somewhere and one of these places opens up on the next block, if somebody takes out a daycare license 2 blocks away, your home suddenly becomes illegal. So it shouldn't surprise you that 1/5 of people on the registry in Chicago are homeless, or that 80% of those who are homeless in Chicago are Black men. And the Chicago 400, represents everyone who's homeless. That's this incredible group of people. Now, just one more thing about how discredited these laws are. These laws are so discredited that they've been studied over and over, and many states actually said, wow, these don't work, this is stupid, let's not have these laws. So the Minnesota Department of Corrections analyzed every sex offense conviction over 12 years and found exactly 0 cases in which residency restrictions would have even been relevant to new crimes, much less prevented them. And they were testing this with 1 mile restrictions. Other states found the same thing, and I won't get into the details here, but the Kansas Department of Correction proudly announces on their website why they don't have residency restrictions. Most of the states found, wow, if we cause social breakdowns and cause people to be homeless, we're likely going to increase crime and harm, not decrease it. So that is what we all should be fighting for if you live in a state that has these. And the fundamental flaw in all these laws is that the supermajority of arrests or convictions for people with sex offenses, 98% in Minnesota, are people not on registries. And so this is a well-known New York study that showed 95% of new sex offense arrests are from people not on registries. And that's where we should focus prevention. That's what the Me Too movement tells us. We're talking about people in our ordinary lives. Sex offenses are not reported. And even the arrests are people not on the registry. So we're focusing all our attention on people who've already served their time and are not going to reoffend for the most part. I mean, very low numbers would. And that's one of the many reasons that these degrading, we should not use, you should stop using these degrading and inaccurate state labels, which I won't even say what they are, but I'm sure you know what they are. They imply that people are destined to reoffend when the vast majority of people will not reoffend after a conviction. And that probability drops predictably after time spent free in the community. After 5 years, it plummets for anyone. After 10 years, most people reach the redemption point. The probability of a new sex offense is not significant, and it's no greater than it would be for anyone with any criminal record, or for, say, someone with an elevated risk like a college-age male, who are at just an elevated age risk to offend spontaneously for the first time. So the vast majority of people will not offend, but people would do even better if we were not putting people through a lifelong prison and police maze and forcing them to carry out discredited, sweeping, indiscriminate policies that jam up our police and prison systems. And so, as I said, we have 1,400 people stuck in IDOC past their release dates and 500 people homeless in Chicago. All of them could have homes if we didn't banish people from housing. So it's now critical to hear more from the Chicago 400. Clifford was writing out the laws one day, and he said, we are the ones who carry out the laws. They carry out the laws that we make. And given that these laws are so damaging and harm public safety rather than protect it, I hope you will ask yourself, why are we making anyone carry them out? And how can we help the Chicago 400 now in their courageous organizing? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the information, Lobijo. Next on our agenda, we will talk about parenting, how it affects our kids, dealing with housing management laws and have to register. So if Robert, if you want, can you briefly explain how it is to have to register and how it is to have your kids with you?
Robert. Can we call for Robert? So, I didn't hear who you were calling, so I'll jump in right here. Am I able to be heard?
Yes, I was calling.
Yes, I may be heard.
You breaking up. I was calling on Robert to explain the next thing on the agenda. If he's not in, we can move right ahead to the next one.
So, if I can, I'll jump in right now, Karen. Is Tom still on?
JC, we can't hear you. You're breaking up too much. I think we have to let Terrence MC, okay?
That's fine.
It's just that we got to get your audio working better. If Robert's not here, maybe
Lord Joe. Hello, can you hear me now, Lori?
We need.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Can you hear me? Hello?
JC, your audio isn't working. I'm afraid we need to just go on to someone else. We're going to run out of time.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay, we were waiting for
Sorry about the interruption. Moving ahead, Barbara is not here. Next on the agenda, we could talk about substance abuse. So, Stephen, can you give us an introduction on how it is to deal with substance abuse and homeless? If you're still on, Stephen Diggs.
Yes, I can. Hello again. My name is Stephen Diggs. I am a member of Chicago 400, and I also work in substance abuse and homelessness. So I work at a Above and Beyond Recovery Center, which also is an alliance with the Chicago 400. My take on homelessness, so I work in substance abuse, and people that are homeless and that have to register that we have in our program, it's really difficult because their homelessness sometimes leads to addiction. Addiction is very, very, very prominent in the African American neighborhoods neighborhoods. But where I work at, the addiction and homelessness is it intertwines together because you have nowhere to stay, so therefore you have nothing to do but hang out and get high. I have 4 clients that I work with that register weekly, and they're homeless just like I am, and they can't seem to beat the addiction part of their life because of their homelessness. They can't get jobs because they have to register and take time. So they have to register, and then they homeless. And if they're panhandling, they got to go. They buy drugs to go stay with some other people or stay at somebody's house for a night for $10, whatever. For us, I ask that you help support us with social media and Twitter and Facebook so that we can help get the message out that we need to lift the housing management and the restriction for us registering weekly. If anybody wants to visit my job or check us out on the website, it's aboveandbeyond.com. And we have several different things that we do there to help the homelessness and the people that are suffering with drug addictions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very quickly, we have a video we want to show you. It's like a 10-second video, and I will have my other colleague, Benjamin. He could close it out, and he could discuss how it is to lose jobs due to weekly registration. So, Lorenzo, if you have that video ready, we can show that video real quick. Thank you.
Thanks. I think the wonderful folks are going to play the bullpen video, and you can just start at the beginning and then take the noise down. We just wanted to give you all, the Chicago 400 folks recorded this when of their time in the bullpen. I don't see it, the video personally. Do y'all see it? I think you can turn the sound off now. Do you all want to comment on what this is while the sound's down?
Basically, I could just put it in words. That was the headquarters we was at on 35th. Um, where we was in a small little room. As you can see, it's about 15 to 20 people stuck in one room with no space, no heat, no bathroom. We have to wait till they call our name to go inside the other office to sign our name on a piece of paper. Um, what else I could just say about that? Before we even get to the bullpen, as you saw the other picture where we lined up to go inside the bullpen, basically it felt like we was in jail all over again. Being in that small, cooped up room. It was just unuseful, if I could put it in words. And now we are being asked to go to 5 different locations in the city of Chicago to register with this COVID that we have to face now. And in other words, it was just unuseful. And we just want to change. We just want to change these laws that we have in place, and to move right along after have been talked about what it's like to lose jobs and employment due to the registration.
Okay, thanks, Terrence. Speaking on this, because of registration, when you have job opportunities, they look in your background. It look like you're still just left home. We have guys that have been doing this for years, decades, even, and it stops you from advancing. You want to leave. If you've been incarcerated, you want to come home, get a great job, great opportunity to support your family, and to get, things really moving forward for you. But registration doesn't allow that. And we all need stability, whether have convictions or not. So I had an opportunity, quickly speaking, to make $13 an hour, work 5 days a week. But because I had to think about there's no opportunity out of it, as far as registration goes, I had to give up the opportunity to really move forward and help me, my family, and everyone involved, and really start to trim forward far as second opportunities, in life. And that's what that does for you. And, also I want to speak quickly on, we have a Twitter page also, that for the C400, that you could look up all this information that Lori has been giving out. And we also, unfortunately, didn't have Robert or Michael today. And these are the type of things the registration does, where have them miss school or they can't live with their kids. And just speaking quickly on them, it's a hard thing when your kids is old enough to understand and you can't explain to them what's going on too. That's what that does. It breaks up the household too. So I just wanted to speak quickly because I know we have a small amount of time. So I wanted to speak on job loss and a couple of members that's not here as parents and those that have been told to move in 30 days. And also, if you want more information, we do have a Twitter page for C400. And thank you. I give back to Terrence now.
Thanks, Ben. Lastly, but not least, we have a bill that's been passed, and Lori Rizzo can talk about that in our bill sponsor, and we could close it out on that. Once again, on behalf of the Chicago 400, we would like to say thank you so much for having us on this webinar. Lori, if you could briefly talk about the bill.
Well, I went ahead and linked to the volunteer page and the website, and we can talk about the bill in the next room that we're invited to, which I'm sure they'll tell us where to go, because I think we went over and we really appreciate the time. But the exciting thing is the Chicago 400, they found legislators who wanted to support them. It's incredible. And we also have a video of the Chicago 400 talking to legislators on our website if you want to see that, or we can send it to you. But we're happy to talk in the chat. And thanks so much, everyone, for our patience, for your patience, not ours. It's not easy to organize when you're homeless and experiencing all these things. So I just got to hand it to my courageous partners and friends here in Chicago 400.
Thank you all. It is, and I just sort of mention again that if folks would like to speak directly to Lori Jo and the Chicago 400, they will be in the Zoom lounge. And I hope that really, I just wanted to really drive home like the challenges that they really spoke to. The fact that someone could be arrested, often because of a lack of resources or opportunities within their community, which then disrupts the family with the lack of a potential, breadwinner or childcare provider. Then once they've actually done their time, are forced to experience houselessness because they're excluded from living in a large percentage of the city. That map that Lori Jo shared is just overwhelming, and how much of the city they're excluded from. And Lori Jo shared that map was actually underrepresentative. And then the idea that it also makes them harder to contribute because now they're not able to then go and maybe live in the home with their families if their families live in one of those in the many restricted areas, and also to provide childcare or whatever other support they might be able to provide to their families to create a better opportunity to maybe find housing in an area that is not in one of the restricted zones, and then further, if in any ability that they might have to find employment is made more difficult because of the requirement to check in every single week or face long-term reincarceration. And the idea that the alternative, not having employment, may be either reoffending or being violated for not making an appointment. So the challenge is just overwhelming. The barriers that are kept from them to be able to succeed after having paid their debt to society, if you will, is super alarming. And so please, I encourage folks to continue the conversation with the Chicago 400, as well as to explore and the ways that you can continue to support them, and find out also, if you're not in Chicago, also find out there are probably many people in your own community that are facing or experiencing very similar circumstances, and explore ways that maybe there's resources that you can gain from the Chicago 400 that you can help to implement in your own community. So I'm indebted to them for really sharing it and shining a light on that conversation. Now I know we're gonna shift back. We heard earlier a little bit. I know that Z Royale shared a little bit about the Body of Workers project, which is a project that I'm super excited about. Being made available today, and the work that's gone into it. So this next conversation, I'm super happy to be joined by members of Veil Machine and Kink Out, and to kind of really talk about that project and how it's developed and where it is now and what folks can anticipate. And for folks that don't know, Veil Machine is a collaborative project where Nico Flux, Sybil Fury, and Empress Wu are creating a new form. Veil Machine is a collaborative project where Nico Flux, Sybil Fury, and Empress Wu are creating a new form of digital riot to challenge SESTA, FOSTA, and the Earn It Act. And their project is in collaboration with Kink Out to produce Body of Workers, a private online gallery created by and for sex worker artists, as an act of resilience against the gentrification of the internet and a peep show to the art patron. And Kink Out brings intersecting communities together as an ever-evolving container. Kink Out is a performance space, screening room, art collaboration, panel discussion, S&M club, call to action, tattoo studio, art auction, and fundraiser for communities most affected by the injustice of censorship, criminalization, and demonization of our lives and our livelihoods. So I'd like to welcome Yin and Mar to really kind of expand more on what Z has already offered us as far as like what is Body of Workers and what can folks hope to expect from it, and what is the disruption that it intends to cause, and kind of like, and what has the space created. There's so much I could say about each of them, and it's a little overwhelming. As a host, I'm super grateful for the folks at iBeam that have really gone through and provided me with lots of information about all of the speakers and bios, so that I could inform you about the amazing work that everyone today has done. But our next speakers are their work is so dynamic and evolving that I'm really appreciative that they have offered to kind of like really, it's going to open the space up and kind of introduce themselves to you. So if you both would join and kind of like let folks know a little bit about your background and what brought you into doing this work, I'd really appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Yin Q. Body of Workers is a virtual safe house for sex workers to upload their portfolios of art, writing, resources, and community strength. Created by a team of sex workers and allies, I'd like to think of it as the dressing room, where glitter, G-strings, and stale champagne spill with the most intimate and educational of conversations and care. The gallery would also be viewable by the public as a consensual peep show. Artists are able to adjust the privacy settings on each artwork so that it could be reserved for the eyes of the fellow sex workers or shared to patrons and curators who may peruse the site. Body of Workers is the first stage of our dream to create an international online sex workers museum that could build alliances of sex workers and people within the sex industries on a global scale, driving our issues, needs, and activism through art and technology. Thank you.
So even better. Well, I'm so really excited to be joined by Yin and Mar, and I totally forgot about the video. So I'm really glad that we had an opportunity to introduce folks to the project as a whole. And so now I'm going to turn it over to both of you to kind of introduce yourselves to the audience.
Yin, do you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, I'm Yin Q. I use they, them pronouns. I am a tan-skinned East Asian, non-binary with short hair. I'm wearing a leather vest, and I've got some orchids behind me from the Lunar New Year. So, and I am one of the co-founders of Kink Out, and part of the Body of Workers team. Mar?
Well, hi, my name is Mar. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a light-skinned, Black, non-binary femme. I have long black box braids, and I'm wearing a white and black shirt with black fringe. And I'm seated in my living room on unceded Tohono O'odham land in so-called Southern Arizona. I'm a migrant justice organizer and sex worker, liberation organizer, Leather Dyke, and I have been leading the visual design for Body of Workers.
Thank you both. Yin, would you start us off by maybe speaking a little bit about what Body of Workers is and why you felt it was important for Body of Workers to exist?
Sure. So I think, like, first and foremost, Body of Workers is a private online art gallery. You know, it's a space for artists, sex working artists, and people in the sex industry who to be able to easily access and freely access a space where they can upload their artwork, their stories. We're hoping to be able to host videos in the future, as well as, you know, any kind of resources that people want to share. Being able to share it like together in a community space that can be private and is veiled, and yet at the same time, through the privacy settings, people can also kind of give curators or patrons or general public sort of an educational peep show into what we're doing in our lives and our art.
And was that the initial idea that really started off, or how has it evolved through the initial inspiration to what's being presented today?
Sure. You know, so with Kink Out events, we've been hosting kind of art and activism in actual brick and mortar spaces. And then about 2 years ago, as Sesta Fosta, I think it was even before that, 3 years ago, when Sesta Fosta was really annihilating the sex workers community's ability to thrive or to be able to survive even, and also taking down resources, taking down spaces where people were sharing about clients or dangerous clients or safety measures, or even just the community care that we need so much to have mental wellness for each other. Those spaces were being taken away. And at the time I was actually in residency at MoMA PS1 with other people kink out, and we called our event Spaces, and we were really thinking about like, okay, brick and mortar spaces, how the policing and gentrification of spaces like Times Square really brought so much violence to not only sex working communities, but low income people, the most marginalized people who are trying to survive, by thrusting them to then like the outer margins where there's no public access of transportation, not as well, not as well lit. The communities couldn't gather in a way to like kind of look out for each other. And so like that dispersement it was a type of shadow banning of actual geographic spaces. And as I was seeing like all of my friends unable to make a living on, constantly their Instagram feeds were constantly being pulled down, I started thinking about like what are the art spaces that we're creating? Because one of the things that we were doing with Kink Out is like really thinking of like going into museum spaces and kind of taking it back in a way of showing like our agency within like the leather, queer, sex working cultures that have always influenced art, right? Where there's museums filled with artists who have painted sex workers and queer people and leather culture, or taken photos of them. And yet for our own stories to be actually heard and out there and authentically voiced is very unusual for that breakthrough to happen. So taking a look at like how we have to also be doing the same things in virtual spaces of creating and uplifting the agencies of the people who are actually having these lived experiences.
Yeah, that's absolutely critical. And I think a lot about, like the way that like safe lists and the opportunity to practice your trade in safe ways and ways that are the most empowering to folks within the community, within the profession, and how laws like SESTA, FOSTA, and the threat of the Earn It Act have really challenged that ability and made folks literally less safe without providing a lot of the benefits that they were ostensibly purported to give. Maura, I'm hopeful that maybe, would you be willing to like kind of tell us a little bit about, for folks that are listening that might not be aware, about what Section 230 is and what it's meant from your perspective to the sex worker community, and maybe why they're so concerning?
Yeah, so Section 230 came about in the late 90s, I think it was like 96. And it essentially gave immunity legally to companies for third-party content. So if you're like soliciting on Craigslist or Backpage or Craigslist wouldn't be liable for anything that's being posted on there. And yeah, so essentially when SESTA FOSTA came in, it was like companies were liable now. And so people didn't want to get in trouble, so they started taking everything down. People's posts are getting flagged, a bunch of websites got taken down. And it just made the internet like less of a safe place for sex workers to advertise. It also made a lot of people resort to street-based working, all under the guise of stopping sex trafficking online.
Yeah, and what a lot of folks who've supported SESTA and FOSTA don't realize is that there were always, if you were committing a federal crime, there were always ways that folks could be held accountable for the harms that they were causing. But the idea that Section 230 created this intermediary liability or a protection from intermediary liability actually lifted up the opportunity for folks who have been the least empowered in our communities to actually raise their voices without concerns of being over censored, and having the platforms, the few platforms that they do have, to be able to make themselves heard and to build community taken away from them under this supposed guise of protection that hasn't been realized. Yin, are there other ways is there anything you'd like to add around like ways that you've seen folks within the sex worker community impacted by SESTA FOSTA?
Sure. I just want to add to that, as you said before, like they're going after these tools, and like they were actually really going after also the ones that were most accessible and free to workers to connect with clients safely, right? Like Craigslist, Backpage, Rent Boy, and they were, you know, they were going after spaces where it was really, yeah, as I said before, it was just like more, made it more accessible and made it like easier for people to screen clients, and like taking that away from people then, as Mars had mentioned, force people to have to resort to riskier and riskier business practices to stay afloat. I also want to say that like the impact of online erasure and like a cultural violence against a community, and that the anti-trafficking rhetoric and policing tactics disproportionately affect migrants, the low-income, poverty, income spaces, trans women and women of color, and also these anti-privacy policies and really the efforts to control communities online will over time have an impact that stretches far beyond the sex working people. It's going to like affect how LGBT youth find community care, and also reproductive health, like how to find like even sex education. I think Juno and Z had spoken before during their conversations how sex workers not only are doing a trade in business, but then also we create content online that educates people. You know, we can create content online that is very much about consent forward, because we have to constantly be gaining that negotiation and consent through a lot of our work. So that we've been teaching that for like an era before consent became, you know, sort of an understood and well recognized need.
Mark, can you tell us, so body of workers, what is body of workers, what is the plan for disrupting this violence, this increased likelihood of violence that's being imposed on folks within the sex worker community?
Yeah, so body of workers essentially subverts like what we think of as like art versus what we think of as content. Historically, the art world has been dominated by men, especially cis white men. You think about like artists like Andres Serrano, who like made this piece of a crucifix and like a jar of his piss, and like you know, a dominatrix posts, you know, themselves pissing on like a Bible or something, and that's like considered terrible. Yet that photo sold for like $270,000. And so body of workers kind of like inserts itself to like blur the lines between like what we do consider art versus what we do consider content or porn or and all that, because ultimately it's like who are we to decide who is an artist, and who are, you know, other groups of people to decide who is an artist. And it creates not a safe space, because there's no safe spaces, but a safer space for sex workers to exhibit their pieces and to eventually sell their pieces. And because of all of the things going on with the Internet Act and Sesta Fosta, the idea is that it will slip under the radar of that, because it's not what would be considered illegal.
And for both of you, what are some of the aspects of body of workers that you're most excited about?
Mar, do you want to answer that first?
Sure. I'm excited about the potential to build more of a community amidst all of this shit that we're going through on the internet and with COVID and all of that. And it's like so many spaces for sex workers just don't exist anymore. And I don't get to see the same things that I could see before when we could all gather together. And yeah, to see what people are working on and like what makes everyone tick amidst all of this.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the artwork, you know, and the sexy bodies that will fill that artwork. And again, about like the agency of stories that we're bringing, we're going to be like seeing artwork and hearing stories and reading stories and seeing videos from sex workers, you know, not somebody who's writing about a sex worker, not somebody who's like taking a sex worker story and then making billions of dollars off of it by bringing it to Netflix or bringing it to like where all these other producers are basically poaching our stories, taking them and then making so much money off of them because they have that access. You know, they're able to get through the gates of like what gets onto a Hollywood movie and or these other forms of media. So yeah, I'm really excited to be able to see like the phenomenal communities that are out there. Also, because sex worker organizing is so fraught with trauma because of where we're coming from, of being a criminalized people, coming together can often be really hard. You know, it can be beautiful too. And this is like where I want to be able to create a space of celebrating the sex workers' resistance and community, because we are constantly mourning the loss of yet another sex worker. We're constantly trying to get bail money. You know, like each of us is like putting $20 or $20 into a GoFundMe to get bail money for a sex worker, or to make sure that they have housing once they come out of prisons during COVID. So like this is finally a time where we can actually have a place of celebration as well.
My only regret with this conversation is that I have like a billion more questions that I'd love to ask you both about your work as individuals, about Veil Machine, about Kink Out, about Body of Workers, about how we stopped the Earn It Act and SESTA FOSTA. Can you share with folks a little bit about where they can go if they want to continue this conversation, if they want to find out more about Veil Machine, if they want to find out more about Kink Out, if they want to, and we're going to folks are going to find out more about Body of Workers. Where should folks go to find out more information on the stuff that you're working on, and also how to stop SESTA and FOSTA?
Sure. Both Veil Machine and Kink Out have links, both on Instagram as well as websites, which I believe you'll be able to find on this iBeam hub somewhere. And then I'll put it into chat later. I will say that, well, your organization, EFF, is doing incredible work in terms of stopping SESTA FOSTA as well as the Earn It bill. I feel like you have like a lot of resources online that can tell you people where to go in terms of calling the senators, putting up social media, and the same as Hacking Hustling, which I know you all work with too. Hacking Hustling is an amazing organization working for the intersections of sex work and technology. And yeah, I feel like I know that on their About page, they have a link to get to those senators too, to be able to call of who we're supposed to be knocking on those doors and making sure this doesn't happen.
Mara, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that Yin just covered.
Awesome. Yeah, I am so appreciative. I'm so appreciative of both of you, of this project, of this work. I'm appreciative of iBeam for asking me to host today, and for all of the speakers and everyone that we heard from today. I'm certainly not going anywhere, but I'm closing out my duties as your host today, and I'm going to be turning over the rest of this evening, this afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm sure some folks it's their morning of presentation to iBeam's Executive Director, Roderick Schrock, and Deanna Haag, the President and CEO of United States Artists. So thank you both. Thank you, everyone. It's been such a pleasure.
Hello, I'm Roderick Schrock. My pronouns are he, him. I'm the Executive Director of iBeam. I'd like to describe myself for any guests who are blind or low vision. I have brown and gray hair, cut short but floppy on top of my head, as well as brown and gray stubble on my cheeks and around my lips. I am a white man and have freckles on my face and light skin. I don't wear eyeglasses, but I have thick eyebrows. So before we dive into my conversation with Dina Haggab, I want to share some news with you today. As you may know, iBeam has always been led by what our artist communities tell us that they need. This past March, I started holding weekly online forums with our alumni, as well as other communities that we work with. And I asked them, what do you need now? They told me that they need access to other artists for inspiration and critique, funding, and resources from partner organizations in the field that IBEAM has relationships with. In many ways, last year's events were a symbol crash that awoke us to new possibilities. And as the lines between our lives lived digitally and the persistent racial and economic inequities of the world continue to thin, the role of artists as change agents at scale is more acutely profound and is truly one of inventing. We launched our first distributed digital open call that supported 30 artists from nearly every continent. That's why we're here today. We're celebrating that amazing work. I want you to know that starting this year, we are fully embracing a distributed model of artist fellowships over the next years, working as coalition builders with partner organizations to collectively provide network, funding, and resources and tools for artists to invent a more humane relationship with technology. We expect this to actually expand the amount of resources and tools that we can provide through multiple collaborations with like-minded organizations literally all over the world. And to that end, now I'd like to share that the Ford Foundation's new game-changing multi-year investment in IBEAM allows us to fully embrace this distributed global fellowship model into this year and far beyond. We have made a lot of friends over the last 21 years, and we're now working closely with them in building this model and building a whole new model, essentially, of artist support that is as radical and revolutionary as the artists that we work with. IBEAM has always been a connector. Conversations and surveys from our alumni tell us that this is the most valuable resource we provide them. And this spring, we'll be announcing a cutting-edge new format called Fractal Fellowships, wherein each artist cohort will develop a new open call and a new jury for each subsequent group, aiming to support up to triple the number of artists over the next years. And in this way, we're essentially handing the keys of our fellowship to the artists themselves, opening up new opportunities for them to take on the role of gatekeepers. We believe this model will allow us to live our values of openness, invention, and justice more fully, while we empower artists to explore new forms of self-governance in this digital age. The very special encounter with IBEAM, our beloved flagship residency, is changing, but we will now actually be more in the physical world and more visible via these friendships with venues, spaces, and institutes. And I'd like to share just a few words about my conversation with Dina before we dive in. I've known Dina Hagag for years, since she was at the Contemporary in Baltimore, a groundbreaking nomadic and non-collecting art museum. In addition to her leadership roles, Dina lectures extensively, consults on various art initiatives, contributes to cultural publications, and has taught extensively, as well as serving on the boards of forward-looking art organizations and festivals. Her work as executive director at United States Artists has been an inspiration to me in this last year, particularly with her co-organization of the Artists Relief Fund. In our conversation, we discussed how bringing the values of collaboration and coalition building from an institutional perspective leads to better programs and organizational growth. In many ways, Dina and I both are learning from the artists that we work with and building organizations that are actually modeling the working style of those artists. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to share our conversation in progress.
No one loses when we give artists unrestricted money. Like no one loses, there is no failure at play, and really just beefing up, helping beef up the field in that way.
So I feel very optimistic right now because I have seen some foundations and some people really begin to understand the necessity of supporting at that level and for supporting in a way that is fully unrestricted to the organization as well, in our case, so that we do have more space and more to work with as we're doing our work. And as I mentioned to you just a little bit before this call, thanks to the Ford Foundation, iBeam now is able to continue this transformation that we started over the past year in terms of a very distributed global fellowship program. And this is a real opportunity for us as an organization to take what we've learned over this last year and continue to build on that. And we're actually becoming less of a residency and more of what we're thinking of as a distributed catalyst and incubator. And I'm really excited to imagine with our community and the communities that we work with what that can look like. And I wonder, do you see shifts in terms of the kind of thinking of the foundations that support you and the kind of coalition building that you've done?
A year ago, or, in March, whenever things started to really shut down in the US, I feel like the best way I can describe it is like there was no lifeguard on duty. Like no one had ever faced or considered something so extreme. And so it really felt like philanthropy and the nonprofit sector and art, there was this like brief moment where it felt like everyone was truly in partnership.
Yeah.
Right? That, we talk about Artist Relief as a coalition of 7 nonprofits, but I think one way we really think about it is it's a coalition of dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of funders, individuals and philanthropic entities, nonprofits, readers, folks in the field like iBeam who consulted, like lots of folks pitched in to help make that $22 million relief fund work. It was not just the 7 core partners. And I think that came from a place where everyone just showed up at the table with the thing they knew or the thing they had. And for big philanthropy, I think the thing they showed up with was money and expertise. And there was such a generosity of spirit to help us just move through this as quickly as possible. My hope is that that can retain. My sense is that we are walking into an era where I hope, and I do sense this, that really major foundations understand the power of general operating support, sort of body the thing you just named, right? That we not only can't take care of our artists, but we can't take care of our staffs. We can't take care of our day-to-day. I think we watched how many presenting orgs and arts organizations get just shamed publicly over the last year for the treatment of their teams and for the treatment of their audiences. And I think a lot of that is, of course, personality and ego and injustices of all kinds, but a lot of that is also just folks don't have what they need to get their work done in a healthy manner. And I do think that the pandemic is focusing all of us on some general senses of health and wellness.
I hear you around the kind of urgency of this moment and this kind of window of opportunity that we have. I mean, when I talk to other people in kind of adjacent fields, particularly our mutual friend, Lauren Ruffin, she really expresses to me, given her history of working in DC, that she feels as though there's, about an 18-month window right now for there to be actual policy shifts, cultural shifts that would have to take place to capture this urgency in a way that it can continue to be a positive force going forward. And I find that both very exciting, but absolutely terrifying as well, because I hear you, that momentum does fall away after a while. And I wonder, do you have a sense, given the kind of expansive view you have of the field and the fields and all the areas that you work in, what is if you had to say, what is the one thing that you would like to see change?
I guess, Roddy, I feel lots of different things. I mean, I feel like there's things I wish would happen at an advocacy level that I think would be really important. There are things I wish would happen at a philanthropic level that I think would be really important. There are things that I wish would happen at a peer level. I want to see more coalitions. I want to see more grouped endowments, raised funds. I want to see folks, I know iBeam was involved in different iterations of coalitions, but I want to see more of that. I want us to understand that the way we survive this is by taking care of every part of the ecology and every part of the ecosystem of our field. And so I think one tactic we have on the nonprofit side is coalition. It's, we can go further together than faster alone. We can make more salient points to philanthropy if there's more mass to cover, right? I think coalitions are helpful because sometimes, I have a contact, but maybe you do not, or sometimes you have a resource and I do not. And I think it's a way to just group share. And philanthropy and advocacy are all about networks. It's Like,
Yeah.
let's not kid ourselves. They're nepotistic networks. And I think coalition building brings more people into the network. And the more people in the network, the faster it shifts, right? And I think that brings me to advocacy and philanthropy. And philanthropy, you know, I want a world where people don't say, I could never get a meeting with that foundation, right? I want it to feel more about thinking strategically about your work and whether or not it aligns with the foundation than feeling like you have to game the system to even get in the door, right? And I think I don't fault philanthropy for that. It's just scarce. All of it's scarce. There's not enough money. There's not enough funders. There's too many nonprofits. And so for me, coalition feels like just one tool in our toolbox to like bulldoze through some of that. And then on the advocacy front, you know, I want to see an advocacy for our field that's actually not entrenched in cultural policy. I don't want to talk about cultural policy. I want to talk about just like policy, period. I want to fight for artists because we care about workers' rights. I want to fight for the field because we care about education. You know, I want to fight for the health and vitality of our many cultural communities because we just generally give a damn about all kinds of policies, healthcare, potable insurance, unemployment. And I think right now, that window that Ruffin is talking about, I feel like we are about to see a mass reform of American legislative policy, right? There's a different kind of Congress happening, different kind of Senate on both sides. We're facing massive catastrophe that we have to rebuild from. And my hope for our field is we don't sequester away to make a cultural plan, and we show up and we advocate and we reform with many other different groups, right? That we show up with the transportation workers lobby, with domestic workers, with all kinds of gig and freelance and dual employment workers, right? Like, I think that to me feels like we as our, you know, our field is so brilliant at storytelling and so brilliant at proposing ideas and proposing solutions. But I don't think we can just do it to serve and aid ourselves. And I think a lot of cultural communities already operate this way nationally. Artists are not a separate thing from the way that their cultures behave. But I do think the institutions we've all built feel a little bit like we're all over here doing our own thing, when there's really a moment right now where through the power of coalition, through the power of community and partnership, we can just really ride the coattails and help and support other movements that will in turn help artists and cultural workers across the country.
What I'm seeing with the artists that we work with, they're ahead of the game when it comes to that, with that kind of coalition building and with just like an innate understanding of the role that their work plays in the larger society. I mean, there's so many artists that we've both worked with that are really thinking of themselves as artists, but artists in a much more expansive manner than many of the institutions that they work with.
100%.
And so that's it's always this question of like, then how do these institutions, you know, kind of catch up to this game and catch up to the artists that they're working with? And
I think some things I know our staff is really thinking about is what more could we be doing for each of the artists we work with? And I do think in some ways that is a policy exploration, or that is an advocacy conversation. You know, what are ways, what are things artists need, and where's the momentum to meet those needs if it's outside of our sector, right? So if we're hearing from artists that they really need more potable insurances, who are the groups working on that, and how do we show up and help? And so I do think we are trying to learn more directly from artists. And then lastly, I don't have an answer for it. It's just something that comes up all the time on our staff, and we really wrestle with it. It's just this notion of merit. And how do you do this? How do you preserve, you know, how do you preserve culture for generations to come? How do you reward works that move our nation at a colossal scale? Or reward makers that have decades of work, you know, decades of effort? How do you uplift budding voices, you know, little just starting, and you got to get them, you know, you got to hold them so that they can really just like soar here? How do you disadvantage everyone else in service of merit? I don't know. And I think a lot of us are wrestling with it, not just on our team, but other teams. I don't know if iBeam, if it's something you all talk about, but it's a struggle, and I don't know what to do about it. And I think I'm wondering, you know, out loud.
I hear you. And I mean, that's been a conversation we've been having for several years now. I would say this year even more extensively. And I think because we are in this funny place between technology and art, and we have kind of a foot on both sides, it in some ways simplifies, but also compounds those questions. And so this year, as we continue to experiment, what better year to experiment than this last year and this year, we're actually going to move to a fellowship model that is where we essentially seed the first round of fellowships, and then each round of fellowships subsequently will be decided by the previous group of fellows. So we're essentially seeding the development of the open call, the decision-making processes, the essentially handing the keys to this fellowship to artists themselves, understanding that we're pretty good at really attracting some incredible thinkers and makers and artists. But at the same time, we're a small team. We're all overworked. We're all, let's actually allow those who can see into corners and are seeing issues that we just aren't, as a small institution, aren't able to. Let's try seeding that. And we're actually planning to do about 4 or 5 rounds of this, which has been made possible by this Ford Foundation funding that I mentioned. And I think for us, that's one experiment to try and to allow for different forms of gatekeeping, perhaps empowering gatekeepers who have not had that responsibility in the past, and to just sort of see where it takes us.
You just noted that the team at iBeam is really small, and that there's just, I feel very similar. Like there's not enough. There's just always way more work than there is people. And I don't know how you feel, Roddy, as the person running iBeam, but I think I spend more time thinking about our team than I think spending about any other group, my family, myself. Like how do you make this so that the people you care about deeply in your workplace survive and are able to get their work done at such a personally stressful time? To connect that a little bit to artist relief, when we talk about artist relief, we always present it as, well, like USA could do this thing operationally, and Young Arts was good at this thing, and Arcadia had expertise here, and MAP was great at this, and Poets could do this. And so it made sense that we all banded together and pushed through. And a lot of that is true. Like bringing 7 different orgs just brings a lot more capacity, right? And so it's like a puzzle. Each piece fits in, and suddenly we have like a mega org, and we can just like blast through stuff. But I think the thing we actually very rarely talk about, and I had never actually really thought about it before you just named this, is we can just have more integrity, and we can just problem solve better. And I think it was 7 orgs and a tremendous amount of their staffs. And so I think we would sit there when we would stay up all night, like really just trying to solve for this problem. It was no longer just, our team at USA in our own biases, no matter how much we try. It was no longer, it was this like group of relative collegial strangers coming together, and each of them bringing their vantage point, what they know, what they think, and we could just sit with a problem for a lot longer and take it a lot deeper, like hear new things. It almost felt like, I don't know, maybe the way it feels like to be back in college or something, where you're just like all these new viewpoints. And so I think actually we walked out with a lot more integrity, because there would be someone that you knew, but you hadn't worked with all that closely before, saying it cannot be like this, no. And you were like, oh, whereas in our teams, no matter our politics, no matter how radical we want to be, we end up falling into our own patterns. We know what our colleagues like and dislike. We kind of know how to move around it at this point. But in a crisis with a group of strangers, which is really what we were, many of us have still never met to this day ever in real life. And so it's like, oh, you could just really sit down and say, I can't let this slide. Like we have to find a better way. And then we do. And so I think coalition, back to that, like even just having more heart, more expertise, more values at the table makes better programs, in addition to now having more capacity to actually make those programs happen. And so I think that is not a way I've ever been accustomed to working, because every job I've had for the most part has just been really scrappy in the beginning. You just sort of make it work. But this was different. This was, we had both, we were resourced in every way, integrity and cash. And it was it worked, you know?
That is so interesting to hear you say. I've never heard that put quite that way, of the kind of values, what's the word, like values challenge
Yeah.
that, you know, kind of arises when you start partnering with other organizations. But the second you said that, I was like, wow, I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And there have been moments where we as a team have really, really been forced to kind of rethink our approach when we were in conversation with another organization that was
Totally.
thinking about things differently. And that is that's powerful. That's like, that's the kind of stuff that really shifts internal decision making
Totally.
and, you
You're
know,
doing it now,
language.
right? You're letting the artist do it, right? So it's not
Yeah,
just your team anymore. And so it's like a
that's
new
right.
group who's gonna, they're not necessarily gonna get it right or do it better. We don't know
Sure,
that yet,
sure.
but they're gonna kind of like stress test that thing. And I
Yeah,
think it's like a, what's that business term? Value add, except this is like values add. It's like people
yeah,
just
yeah.
out their values. And so you're like,
Yeah,
shit, now I actually
right.
have to think about this thing. But yeah, it definitely
Right.
shifts the work. You're like, oh,
It does.
yeah.
I hear you. And I mean, that's something that I would love to actually hear, kind of, that conversation is something I'd love to hear more explicitly addressed by people in organizations like ours, and how that kind of does shift thinking.
Yeah.
And it's really fascinating. And I don't know, growth isn't always easy, but it's always good in the long run. And, you know, and I see that as only being just a major component of growth, you know, as we all kind of, you know, move forward into this strange new land that we find ourselves, called 2021, which, boy, talk about a question mark.
Oh, dear,
um,
dear.
yeah, no kidding. Anyway, thanks for taking this
Thank
time with us
you,
today.
Abby. Thank you,
And
iBeam. It's been, iBeam's definitely an org that from every vantage point, you can tell that y'all are leaning into this like really hard. So thank you, thank you, thank you for everybody on your team.
absolutely. Oh, I mean, and it is the team, and it's an incredible team. And so I really appreciate you saying that. And thank you. And I can't wait to see what you are cooking up next. And it's always great to see you.
Hello, friends and colleagues. Welcome back from the break. My name is Kemi Ukadike. I am the project manager of the Rapid Response Fellowship here at IB. I have been working with each of these artists on the development of their truly groundbreaking projects over the past 8 to 9 months. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And I'd like to describe myself for blind or low vision participants. I have brown skin and ombre black to blonde curly hair. I have an oval face and I'm wearing large, geometric shaped, clear rimmed eyeglasses. I'm wearing a black jacket with gold dots over a black lace turtleneck with a gold zipper. And I have on gold hoop earrings. Behind me is a red wall with a red, black, and white mural featuring dark-skinned African dancers. I hope you've enjoyed today's program so far. Thanks to our speakers who have discussed important issues such as predictive policing, growing resistance, facial recognition software misidentification, coded biases, design justice, community control technologies, sex worker narratives, sexuality, creating safe spaces for sex worker artists, public conviction registries, police abuse and reincarceration, public safety, rethinking sex offender registries, and community care. Now, after an inspiring afternoon of discussion, Veil Machine and Kink Out, as well as Dylan Sung in collaboration with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, will be launching the projects that they've been developing throughout their fellowship here at IB. We are excited to share these works with you all today for the first time. Both projects are collaborations on the forefront of online community activism. When Dylan Sung explained to me that at the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, every single, no matter how small decision is made by a whole coalition vote. At first glance, it would seem that things may take a while to happen. However, looking at the serious issues at hand, I developed a deep appreciation for the thought put into how these sensitive documents are portrayed and handled. It really is a community effort. Veil Machine, in collaboration with Kink Out, will share their Body of Workers platform, which has been created to support sex workers in a presentation titled Low Art, High Standards. Captions in ASL will be provided. Dylan Sung will be screening a documentary short film about community archiving made with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, as well as host a workshop to beta test the Stop LAPD Spying archive. Captions in ASL will be provided. Both projects will be launching for the rest of the program. So if you're not participating in Dylan's workshop, we encourage you to move back and forth between the two at your own pace. And you can always return to both projects through the From the Rupture Hub site at your leisure. I encourage you to visit the project pages for both Veil Machine Kink Out and Dylan Sung, where you can learn more about these exciting new works. Some housekeeping remarks. Edan will be handling access requests and communications in the chat box on the Hub site only. I will be your host for this portion of the program, and I'm available for questions and to support your navigation between the two projects. You can connect with me by commenting in the chat box and over in the attendee lounge where myself and other IBEAM staff will be available to answer questions. Thank you and enjoy.
Hi, my name is MJ Tom. I also go by the name Empress Wu professionally. I use all pronouns. I'm an East Asian femme with long dark hair, red lips, and cat eye glasses. I'm wearing a chain necklace and a leather harness over a white button-up shirt with a face and hands on it. I'm sitting in front of a vintage mirror. Now, I can tell you that tonight's performers are absolutely tingling to have your eyes on them during this panel. But before we start, we're going to edge them by beginning with some Artist Open Studios. These are studio visits made to real talented artists on the Body of Workers platform. And we hope to offer you a peek into the lives of workers that make up Body of Workers. We hope you enjoy. Tech Garson, take it away.
Welcome to Studio EPB from Tuesday morning. I feel like this cup makes it much more like inviting, like welcome to my space. This is my library. This is like all the books that I have collected, and also all of my journals that one day someone, myself possibly, or someone else will sit and transcribe, because writing is a big part of my practice. Come take a peek over here. So this is a portrait of Madame de Pompadour. I've been studying 18th century Rococo painting, and I think she's amazing. She's totally an old pro. She was Louis XV headmistress, and I think a real political animal. And I'm like really interested in the way that she contributed to kind of what a mistress really could be. You know, this kind of archetypal role of the mistress is more than just the king's plaything. And so in my library, I like to look at paintings and, you know, consider myself part of the art historical canon as much as I have issue with that. I'm looking at another painting over here of Van Gogh's Peasant Shoes. I don't know where that's going to go, but this is kind of the area where I do my research. Now we're coming to kind of the space where I actually have active projects. So this is this piece is called Suspension. It's meant to be played with and climbed up in. It's like safer interaction. I actually started at the beginning of the quarantine, kind of thinking I'll be done with it when we're out of this shit. So I'm still working on it. Maybe working on it for a couple more years. But these rope installations is like the third, maybe the third or fourth one of this kind of project that I've done. It also feels really important to have something that, like, when I don't know what to do in my process, I can like just go and like just do some kind of gesture. You know, I think people have said interesting things like it's like the deep sea and a bondage dungeon all at once, and that feels accurate. So I'm continuing to work on these, like I call these material studies. Sometimes I call them paintings. That one is latex. This one is velvet. This one is working with surface design. They're not resolved, so I don't know, maybe I'm not going to say much more about that right now, but I'm oftentimes thinking about like where the piece will live, and so putting them on our walls, like, you know, maybe they'll be in a gallery, maybe not. I think environment always kind of informs the making. Unfortunately or unfortunately, nothing's made in a vacuum. This is my work table. And now I'm working on you can zoom into here, looking on a series of collages about mouths, because we don't see them, excuse me, anymore. They're like very, they're very taboo. Mouths are very taboo now. You know, communicating with just the eyes and the like kind of above the nose. It's an interesting experience. So every space that I have, every space that I occupy, I always try to have an altar. Looks like a bookshelf, but it's actually really an altar. You can see it says altar items 2020, and there's a candle burning, and there are these various items that I place on the altar as a kind of praxis. Like, I am not a religious person, but I do have like an orthopraxis approach, which means that I do the thing, and then like it doesn't matter whether I actually have faith in it or not. Like, I don't need to have a belief. I just need to do the thing and like kind of move on. So an altar practice is like it's spiritual. It's also practical. It's just a way of organizing my thoughts and also
respecting and commemorating things that are important that don't necessarily have a utilitarian function or use.
Hi, come on in. I am Shayla Lang. I'm a pro-dom and kink educator based in Brooklyn, New York, and this is my studio, Shayla. The name represents my unbridled narcissism. It was a working title, but we decided to keep it because it represents everything I love most in this world, which is me. Let me show you some of my work. This right here was an installation that was created for a very special event. It was commissioned by a kind of high-power client. He hated it, could not stand it. However, many other people have appreciated its gifts over the years, and so I keep this in the studio as a constant reminder of how art can really get inside of you. These are some of the tools of the trade. Yes, we have all kinds of really wonderful things in here that I use to create the works that inspire people and move people and really truly make them weep tears of pain. Joy, definitely joy, never of pain. Everything's kind of a little bit messy, but what Artist Studio isn't. It's just a really good thing that the camera can't pick up loop spots because there's too many of them in an area. Let's just move along a little bit. This gallery right here, this is actually 9 triptychs that I created to go together. You know, they work well as a set, and this represents my relationship with the community, because you can never have too much relationship with the community. It's just all these people that I just adore so much. Let me tell you about some of the tools on this wall. Let's see. Oh, this. I went to the far off land of Chelsea and found the most adorable little shop down there, just filled with the most wonderful, sweet, kind people. The locals are just so kind there. And so I just had to bring this home from my travels. And say, oh, this one, this is a piece of work that I created. This represents actually kind of a rough time in my life. I created this while watching season 9 of The Bachelorette. And it really represents where I was in my life. You can see the unfinished ends and the kind of rough handle here. And that's lube on that. And that really just represents kind of my relationship to my work. And we keep it here in the studio to remind us of where we've been and where we can go. This was a lovely gift from a lovely friend. Let's see. Oh, this piece right here. This represents man's relationship with rugs, the just duality and bondage that man has with the rug and the rug culture. Oh, let's talk about this gallery here. So this gallery, this is an inspiration to me. These are artworks that I have picked up on my travels. Like I found that on a stoop, I found that on a stoop, I found that on a stoop, and oh, I got that at South by. And then, oh yes, that piece over there, that was created for me by my wonderful friend Empress Wu. She made it for me. It's real, organic, free-range blood. So what inspires me, I draw inspiration from everywhere, truly. Kind of unconventional inspirations at times. For example, the entire time I was building out this studio, I spent the last 6 weeks listening to all of the Smithsonian's audio footage of World War II. That was a huge, massive inspiration for this project. Whale noises also moved me quite a bit. The sounds of grass growing were instrumental in creating this body of work here.
Welcome to my dungeon, deep space. I'm Dom Discordia, and this is where I make beautiful music. Yes, torture is my pleasure and source of filthy money to touch to my face, to touch on. I gotta make money, and I'm gonna make it here. Listen to the sound in here. Listen to the space. Look at the cage where I make them cry out. Pleas for freedom. See, this is the room for vocal work. But sometimes I really like to get my hands dirty. Of course, as a dominatrix, physical percussion is everything. Oh, but you really need to come to the drum room if you want to see how that goes down. You know, some people think it's just a matter of hurting people, but no, it's about making beautiful things and beautiful sounds. And this is where I make my finest music, right in here. Of course, we have so many classic sounds. The accent, the cymbals, drama, as we build towards a grand ejaculatory finale. Oh, just a bit of soft drum brushing for the senses. Oh, sometimes a little cooler. Oh, classic rattling of chains. Very retro, very stop walker. I like to keep it experimental. Take it a step further, you know. And other forms of percussion as well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just a slap of leather against supple flesh. Of course, we have my favorite. The synthesizer. The twisting of buttons. Pressing. Mouse and buttons get me so hot, the wires, and making their assholes pulsate in time with my beautiful music. Oh, shocking their asshole into ecstasy. The sounds, the sights, the ultimate symphony, commissioned by my dearest Fido, my best pet and sub. Oh, he likes it all. He likes a big show.
Hello, hello. Oh, I need to change my name again. Technology. Just give me 1 second. Gotta get my pronouns in there. Gotta have them pronouns. All right. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm the curator. Welcome to Low Art, High Standards, a very real and not at all fictional panel about the intersections of sex and art and technology. My name is the curator, as I've said, and I will be your moderator this evening. I am a white cisgender woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a side shave. I'm wearing a black lace blouse and a glittery pink lip. Behind me is my personal collection of erotic art. And before I get started, I feel the need to just smudge a little. If anyone has some sage on hand, I recommend you join me. And some smudging, you know, it's hard using technology to really get into that embodiment. So this is one relational tool that I like to use. So I'm gonna burn this as I tell you a little bit about what's to come, if you know what I mean. I'd like to start off by thanking iBeam for hosting this festival and Body of Workers for inviting me to moderate this discussion. As a curator who prides herself on supporting the most titillating, avant-garde art out there. I was, frankly, thrilled when actual sex workers invited me to talk about their art. A little bit about me. I'm the curator at the Contemporary Museum of American Art and was recognized in 2020 with the Hot Curatorial Award for my commitment to showing the most titillating art by the most marginalized and tokenized artists across the United States. So I'd like to start off by giving some political context for those unfamiliar with the problems faced by sex workers today. The Internet Censorship Law, SESTA-FOSTA, was passed in 2018, billed as a law to curb sex trafficking. However, sex workers claimed it has led to them being kicked off of digital platforms like social media and payment processors, and has led to sweeping terms of service changes on sites like Tumblr and Instagram and Venmo. As sex workers' content is erased from the internet, archives of sex worker art are disappearing as they are shadow banned and algorithmically suppressed. They claim they are losing access to digital space. During a global pandemic, when our lives are taking place online, I'm sure we can all imagine how hard it must be to not be able to convene, express, or exist online. In response to this, the sex worker artist collective Veil Machine, one of the co-producers of Body of Workers, hosted a protest art piece, Eviction, funded as part of the I-Beam Rapid Response for Better Future residency. Eviction was a fictional listing site that lived for 12 hours before self-destructing at midnight. During its brief life, 18 sex worker artists hosted cam performances and sold sex and art objects and lured viewers into hidden corners of the site with mazes and puzzles and secret rooms. After Eviction, sex workers who had used the platform reached out to Veil Machine asking whether it would be possible to build a space just as defiant and sexy, but that lived on. Kinkout had already been dreaming of a virtual sex workers art space, so the two paired up to create Body of Workers. Body of Workers is a virtual art gallery and safe house for sex workers by sex workers. Body of Workers is still only a prototype, but as you all are the special guests of I-Beam, you will get a sneak peek of what the platform looks like now. I do just want to take a moment to recognize that Body of Workers is being coded entirely by BIPOC, trans, and gender nonconforming, queer, kinky sex workers, which is like, wow, right? So, Body of Workers is a tiered membership platform and radical reclaiming of digital space. Sex worker artists join as artists and share their content with each other in a virtual locker room. People like you and me, since I, of course, have never been a sex worker, let alone written extensively about my background in sex work, won't be able to see inside this sex worker haven. However, sex workers can choose to share their art with patrons, paying voyeurs who will pay a subscription fee to enjoy the peep show. As patrons, we will be able to discover new sex worker artists to follow and support. Body of Workers is building a space away from the surveillance and censorship of the social media platforms we use today. Most social media platforms are actively hostile towards sex workers through overbroad terms of service that target and censor anyone who even appears to be a sex worker. They blame FOSTA-SESTA for these choices. Body of Workers is showing that we can structure digital spaces differently and that we should. If we believe in free, open, public spaces for all. Body of Workers teamed up with the Harvard Bergman Klein Cyber Law Clinic to create radically safe and pro-sex worker terms of service and privacy policies. Those are still in the works and won't be ready until the official launch later this year. Privacy policies as art, right? That is like so out of the box. So now we're going to get to take a little peek into how Body of Workers actually works. Again, what is so captivating about this site is that there are different levels of access for different categories of visitors, artists and patrons. On the artist side, the site is like a locker room. Sex workers can share art among themselves in a private virtual safe house. Artists can also decide who gets to see each individual work, whether it's only me or artists or patrons. Now, from the patron's perspective, the site is structured like a peep show or a strip club where you must pay to have access. And because there are tags by keyword and location, people are able to search by mediums and styles or artists in the same area. The intention is that we will eventually be building towards an archive of sex worker art. And trust me, as a curator who's tried to scour the internet for sex worker artists, I cannot wait to have a one-stop shop for my Art from the Margins curatorial series. The Body of Workers artists have told me, and I love this, that they want to approach this vision as sex workers. Through client financing, Body of Workers will provide the resources, both art and money, to create an eventual sex workers museum. So, as the curator, I decided to gather 5 people to come together for this panel as the voices informing the conversation around sex worker art. Now, we're going to introduce each of the panelists who have joined me this evening. And first up, I believe we have the critic.
Hi, everyone. I am the critic. My pronouns are she and they. I don't believe in gender constructs. And another thing about me that you should know is I am Black. I am wearing a Wembley riding hat that is very velvety. Under it is a Black do-rag. And then under that is a turquoise blue hue color of hair peeking out. I also have on some circular Dwayne Wayne type 90s glasses. I think it's, at this time we can say retro. And under that I have clear eyes that are deep mahogany brown with a Black eyeliner. Nude lip. I also have a button-up shirt that is a bit see-through. So I am someone who works for the Whitney Biennial. I have an expert eye when it comes to what art is, and specifically when I say art, like going deeper levels of art. And I'm really happy to be here as part of this.
Well, we're very, very happy to have you. Thank you so much. Next, we have the lobbyist. Do you have anything to say?
Hello, I'm the lobbyist. I am a white woman with brown hair. I am wearing a black shirt with red dress, and I'm modestly dressed, which is truly all you need to know. And in fact, I don't understand how the prompt to describe what I look like is even relevant to this conversation, other than its clearly objectifying nature. A little bit about me. First and foremost, I am a mother, a wife, and a close personal friend of Ashton Kutcher. I pulled myself up by the bootstraps from generational familial wealth and now have a high salaried position at a nonprofit that saves women from trafficking and turns them into true feminist role models. I am here today to talk about Body of Workers, the newest market of flesh for the buying and selling of girls.
Okay, and Oh, next we have the artist. Welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your work.
Hi. I'm so happy you invited me today. So I'll give a visual description first. I am an East Asian woman with tan skin and kind of an oval face. I'm wearing a black dress and oversized black sunglasses with red nail polish on my nails. A little about me. I almost have a Bachelor of Fine Arts in painting, but I am an artist now, just maybe not in the way that you think. Thanks for having me.
Oh, so happy that you're here. I can't wait to hear more from you. Next we have the dealer. Hi there.
Hi, I'm the dealer. I am East Asian with tan skin, black hair, red lips, and I'm wearing cat eye glasses by Miu Miu. I'm also wearing a white button-up shirt with a face and hands on it, which is designed by Helmut Lang. Just a little bit about me. I own Expensive, which is a gallery of locations on the Lower East, Upper East, Chelsea, and also we're expanding into London. I was introduced to Body of Workers by a glitch art friend of mine that I met at a issue launch for Hyperallergic, because I'm always looking to find like emerging artists to introduce to collectors, and I just thought that it might be like an interesting project to invest in.
Well, we're very, very glad that you feel that way. And last, maybe least, is the collector.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm the collector. I'm East Asian and non-binary with olive skin. I have brown eyes and I'm wearing glasses with a light blue dress shirt, sitting in a well-lit room with plenty of expensive artwork behind me. I work in mergers and acquisitions for Barclays, and it's an extremely demanding profession. So art is how I like to relax on my free time. I've been interested and supporting art my entire life, and my home and my collection reflects that. I also have deeply personal relationships with artists. In fact, I really consider them more my friends. So I'm deeply interested in this Body of Workers venture, as I really like to be involved from the very beginning of artists' projects. And I know just how valuable my support can be to artists and how they appreciate my generosity. So if I have a true interest in somebody's work, I'm more than happy to pay, and to pay very well, for access to a unique experience. After all, I work hard for my money, so I want to enjoy it. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. We hope that you enjoy yourself. And okay, so I just want all of the attendees to know that you can find a program about the panel at www.veilemachine.com/LAHS for more context on why we're here and the project and the participants. And speaking of those participants, can we get you all back here on the panel so we can see all of your visages? Okay. Great. So how this is going to work is that I have some questions prepared for all of you, and each of the questions is sort of, anchored to or attached to a piece of work. So our tech guy or gal or tech person is going to queue up a piece of art. Techie. Can we get this first piece of art? There it is. Great. Okay, so this piece of art is, the artist's name is Mistress Phoenix. It is entitled A Digital Encounter. And I'll give you a description of it. It's a screenshot taken by Mistress Phoenix on a campsite. Mistress Phoenix is smiling at an image of balls covered in clothespins, and the balls are covered in clothespins. And on the side is a series of chat conversations between her and her viewers. And when I think about this piece, I've given it a lot of thought, and I really think that a great place to start thinking about this piece is, what is the difference? Where is the line between sex work and art? So I'm gonna have the dealer start with that. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this question a lot recently because I see sex worker art as like a new, it's like a new genre. So I think that there's like a lot of innovation that sex worker art could bring to the market. And yeah, I have been thinking about it. And, sex work, artistic expression, these are two industries that have been around since before the dawn of industry. And I think
oldest
that,
profession.
The oldest profession, exactly correct. And yeah, I think that, prostitutes get a lot of shit all the time for, the stuff that they have to go through. But in reality, I do think that it should be legalized, and so that, we can tax them. And then that way we can also like introduce them to the people that they need to be introduced to. So I'm really excited about, like a platform like this, so that it makes my job a little bit easier. That's for sure.
Does anyone want to respond to that? And before, I just, not to get too PC, but I think that that prostitute is like not really like in vogue. It's like I think we prefer sex workers. So please,
yeah, sure.
Just don't say prostitute. It's kind of squirmy, right? That's not what an artist sex worker would want to be called.
Sure. Prostitute, sex worker. I'll say, yeah, sure, no problem.
Yeah, maybe the artist would like to weigh in on that. We'd love to hear from you.
Thanks so much.
I'd love to hear from you.
Thanks for that note, curator. I was about to note the same thing. Sex work is the preferred term nowadays, although prostitution, it's a legal term, let's say, and it's been around.
The oldest profession.
Yeah, one might say that too. For me, I mean, the way that you described the linkages between sex work and art, I totally agree. Why draw a line in between sex work and art when you can draw a line between sex work and art, and see the ways in which those reflections can illuminate one another, right? Artists are people who create illusions, create fantasies of intimacy. They wear masks sometimes, or personas. They deal in this interesting space where what they produce is commodified, but they have to sometimes play with that and create an illusion of authenticity. I mean, these are all things that sex workers do in the same ways, or in very similar ways. And I find that very interesting, don't you?
God, that is so true. So
if
true.
I may, I think the question that you pose is, what is the line between sex work and art? And
Yeah,
I
that's
really
what I
think it's important to note that the only thing that sex work and art have in common is its exploitative nature. When the two are combined, and as long as prostitutes and erotic content exist, we are all being raped by the patriarchy.
Thinking the opposite.
I think we need a little content warning before you use that kind of language.
I was thinking the exact opposite. I was thinking that line in between that you were talking about is what we want to see. You want to see that lingering effect. It's as if there's a line of cum drawing in between the fingers. And that's where abstract expressionism kicks in, to sex work.
The line of come. I might have to quote you on that.
I largely agree with everything that's been said before, but I will say, I don't think of art or sex work as artifice. I mean, from the side of the patron or client, I would say that there's a lot of real emotion and real stakes, at least in my experience with the artists that I deal with, the artists that I support. I mean, that's part of the appeal of this entire platform. I want to see what's behind the art. I want to see the real story that these artists have to share. Maybe they're not comfortable sharing it with the public. Maybe that's why there should be sections that are reserved for patrons only. In any case, if the artist seems to be doing work that I'm into, I'm more than happy to pay a premium in order to have access to that part of their life.
And we do appreciate that about you so much. And unless anybody else wants to weigh in on the line of come between sex work and art, let's go ahead and tech, can we get the next asset, please? Okay, great. So this is a notification from Instagram about a post deleted due to violation of their community guidelines. It's a screenshot of an Instagram notification which reads, "Your story goes against our community guidelines," for a story posted by @Veil Machine during eviction. Veil Machine decided to actually, this is brilliant, they decided to actually archive their censorship to make visible their invisibilization and create a record of the experience of deletion that sex workers face every day. Access is a huge problem for sex workers in all sorts of online spaces. My second question, has to do with censorship, the gaze, and secrets. Body of Workers and eviction both had different levels of access: secret areas devoted only to sex workers and gated environments where, if you can gain access, you can gaze as a voyeur. Whereas the eviction website was structured like a campsite with the ability to jump on to different live performances. The Body of Workers platform will work like a strip club or a peep show where you can pay to see more. So in light of all of this, how does the gated access of these sex worker art platforms speak to broader questions of the gaze and voyeurism? Does censorship produce desire? And if so, how? I guess maybe the collector, you spoke last, so if you want to, you probably have something to say about this too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for one thing, I think exclusivity definitely affects how much I want access to something and maybe how much that art object or experience is worth in the market. And quite frankly, not everyone appreciates art. So why should everyone have access to it? Maybe certain pieces of art, certain experiences should just be reserved for those who are brave enough and avant-garde enough to go and buy it. And if this Body of Workers platform turns out to be as innovative as you all claimed it is, then I would even be happy to pay for the entire platform and keep all of the work for myself. I mean, after all, that's what art collecting is about. Making sure that what I want remains at my fingertips and decreasing everyone else's access to it, actually, so that I can enjoy it at my whim.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Who gets invited to see your collection? I mean, who's exposed? Is it just the people that you are attracted to, the art you're attracted to? Like, what is that really about?
My preferences are very varied, and honestly, for me personally, I'm attracted to artists based on their energy, their spirit. That's how I decide who I want to collect. And of course, I take recommendations from dealers. I go to shows. I have friends who are critics like you. That's how I decide who to support and what art I should keep my eye on, which artists I should try to meet next.
I think what the collector is talking about here is that there is something voyeuristic about art inherently. And there's something voyeuristic also about the internet. No? I mean, when we go on to this screen, right, and we type and we search and everything is just streaming out at us, it's an inherently voyeuristic experience. When we feed into the screen, we're becoming the thing that the voyeur sees, right? We're performing to it. And I think that dynamic is exciting. It's exciting for everyone. It's exciting for everyone to use the internet. And of course, I understand that, you know, you're very excited about our platform as well. And we're excited to have you. I'm speaking to the collector here. But it is important, of course, that access is granted in interesting ways, in ways that, let's say, overturn the ways in which, let me just grab my notes here. When we put things out of reach, they produce desire, right? That's something I just talked about. And the gaze works in certain ways, and I'm sure the lobbyist would agree with me here, right? The inherent voyeurism of the internet often puts women or people of color or people who are from more marginalized communities into a position where their work is being profited off of. And they're not getting the profits of what they're making. They're not able to profit from their content. And often puts people in a position where they're being censored.
I just want to say I love what you said about feeding the gaze. That is just like, that's just, I might have to quote, I'm just gonna have to quote some of you on that. That's amazing.
I will say that I do, you know, I do take a little offense at the way that people who make profit off of other people are being spoken about here, because in reality, we're representing artists, you know? I am definitely in agreement with the collector that I think that artists of high quality should be the ones that are allowed on the market. You know, like I personally only, you know, I see that as my job as the dealers to regulate the secondary market. I gave a whole interview to, I don't know if you've heard of him, Prag Vartanian. He works with Hyperallergic. I gave an interview with him about like the function of the dealer and the function of galleries in the secondary market. Personally, I, you know, represent artists who have a specific look, who have a specific style. Generally, they'll be, you know, tattooed. They'll be young. They'll be really hungry for it.
I have a question about this. So when you talk about high quality art, like what is high quality to you?
Look, that's the thing. I think that people always see it as, oh, this is subjective, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, people have taste. We have had taste. Like you can look at a work of art and know that it is a good work of art because it moves you or you feel something in your body. Like I know a good artist when I see one, that's for sure.
I'm just wondering, how are we going to make sure that the people who are going to be the patrons that are on Body of Workers have taste, have good taste? Like, is there going to be a vetting, like an online vetting process? Is that something we can do?
I just want to circle back to something that the artist was saying earlier about censorship producing desire, because censorship doesn't produce desire, it contains it. I mean, I have children, I have white children who are using the internet, and Lord only knows what kind of filth they're going to find or what kind of trafficker is going to find them. And some things are meant to be censored if it's the stake of women on the line. If we don't censor women, we're complicit in their exploitation. If we don't censor women, we're contributing to the culture where the sale of women is completely normalized.
I just need to interject and just make sure, again, as like a point of process, that we understand that sex workers, have done a lot of work, in their art and activism to distinguish between consensual sex work, consensual sex work, and sex trafficking. They're like,
and I think as a moderator, you should understand that we're coming from two different perspectives and that there should be space for both on this panel. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think it's time to move on. Can we get our next asset up, please? Okay, great. So this is a screenshot from Untitled from 2003 by Andrea Fraser. And here we can see 4 screenshots from Andrea Fraser's Untitled 2003. The first screenshot shows an empty hotel room from the top corner, recorded on what seems like a security camera. The second panel shows a woman in a red dress leading a man to bed. The last 2 panels show the woman and the man on the bed engaged in intercourse. In Untitled, performance artist Andrea Fraser asked her gallery to arrange for one sexual encounter with a collector in a hotel room. It was recorded and editioned in 5 tapes, and these are screenshots from that encounter. So, what happens to art and sex when we buy it? What does the practice of one reveal about the other? And I guess, in the interest of fairness, I should have the lobbyist get what you have to say about this out of the way.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you suggesting that. To me, this Andrea Fraser piece isn't a question about art, but a question of artists that are being too oppressed to understand their own dehumanization. The history of art is contingent on a male artist's exploitation of a female subject as a muse. And in fact, I believe that society has actually progressed past the need for art. In fact, I find art, other than that my pure and perfect children make, to be frivolous and exploitative. The only authentic art is made when it is made out of unconditional love for the mother. I mean, Picasso and Courbet all hated women, but dry macaroni and paste, it never hated women. And I would never disrespect my child and encourage her to be an artist. Can you imagine that life? But I'm sorry, this isn't the artist's fault. We need more programming to divert artists out of the trade, out of the art school industrial complex, and to criminalize the collectors.
Well, but then we wouldn't have body of workers.
Precisely.
No, but it's really, I mean, haven't you been paying attention? It sounds so amazing. I mean, what do you think about it from a critic's perspective, the critic?
I mean, I just really feel like at this point, with all this social distancing and all the disassociation that we're having with our bodies, that at least, the very least, we can gain some type of creative, artistic perspective. I'm not saying that all art is great though, because like, for instance, like in this frame, I only really like the first one, the bed. But when it comes to this red dress, like, come on, how typical is that? I mean, I just prefer the bed itself. So you can like fantasize about, in a very abstract, expressionist way, what could be happening on the bed. I don't want to see this fucking collector. I don't care about the fucking red dress. Like, take that off. Like, I just want to see it in whatever format comes up in my mind.
it's interesting that you bring up the idea of this bed being like this fertile ground for someone to project their fantasies on. I think that Tracy Eamon is somebody who you would really be interested in getting to know. And if you're interested in an introduction, I can definitely introduce y'all. I did want to return to the question that the curator posited, though, which is, or the curator posed, which is, art and sex, or what happens when we commodify these two things, art and sex. I think that that's like a really fascinating question, but I just want to reiterate that it's something that has been happening since the beginning of time, and any like attempt to stifle or like limit that is really just like taking away an entire industry of people. And I think that the only pathway to doing something like this is for, is to like move forward, to figure out ways that we can innovate within the industry, to figure out ways to make it either, to make it more curated, to make it like a better, like more individual, like a luxury digital experience. Like that's something that I would be very, very interested in seeing, and something that I think that Bao could, potentially, in the same way that this bed is a space in which you can project all your fantasies. I think that Bao is like, a bed in which I can project all of my fantasies of, meeting more artists and connecting them to collectors.
Wow, you're certainly welcome in this bed. I just want to bring the conversation back to, the question and the work. There's this question
Yes,
of,
please.
What happens when art and sex are bought and sold? The thing that I find really interesting about this piece is that performance art is an art that's famously very difficult to commodify. It was created in part as a rejection of the commodification of the art market. And here is a piece that is entirely about selling a performance, which I find rather beautiful and interesting. The thing about commodification is that we do live in a world where increasingly more and more of our lives are commodified. We live in a world where, since tech is part of this panel, with the internet, we're encouraged to monetize our relationships, ourselves. Everyone is kind of caught up in this game that I was beginning to talk about, of voyeurism through our screens. In fact, right now, I'm playing a certain role into this screen, and so are the rest of you, and all of you watching are engaging in this game of voyeurism that someone somewhere is profiting off of. So I think art and sex is bought and sold. It just illuminates the way in which the world functions through these.
Yes. And I think what's missing from this conversation is an analysis of the power dynamics that are at play, because the collectors and the dealers are the people who are in power and who are actually the ones who are exploiting poor artists who are selling something that is so intimate that it only belongs stuck on mommy's fridge in the confines of the home.
I would be happy to put a work on your fridge.
I think there's been a lot of slander and mud thrown over the course of this conversation. And quite frankly, I think there's really only one relationship that this platform is really facilitating here. And that's direct contact. Direct contact between the collector and the artist. Everyone else is a middleman.
So
is about bridging that gap so that the middleman is no longer necessary. And the artist, who is supposedly so powerless in the eyes of the lobbyists, actually gets to choose which collectors to work with, and collectors get to choose which artists to work with. In fact, I think it's the most empowering possible arrangement and is something that allows us to create much more meaningful collaborations, because that's what art actually is, a collaboration between the artists and the collectors themselves.
There's no way to collaborate with someone who has been so brainwashed by the art and collector lobby that they are blind and complicit to their own exploitation.
I also really resent from both directions this implication that somehow like someone in my profession or like Friedrich Petzel, who's like the person who set up this arrangement, would be somehow exploitative. Like all we are interested in doing is connecting artists and collectors, and sometimes that is something that technology can do and really like we can use that as a tool, but it's never going to replace the actual labor and work that a dealer puts on the job. Because here's the thing, I don't know if you know this, but I don't know if you've ever met an artist, but they are, you know, they need help. Like they definitely need assistance. And I'm not gonna lie, there are some artists who are good at representing themselves, but there's a lot of work that goes into this job, right? There's more than just like painting paintings, because we basically make it so that the artist doesn't have to focus on all the extra work. And I think that is something that like needs to be paid attention to and given its due.
So
well, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say how similar it is to sugaring, and just like, you know, paying an artist to do what you want them to do so that you can feel special and have your friends over for drinks amongst your art. And I really feel like I'm hoping that BOW is more of a platform that is for sex workers by sex workers, and we can, not me actually, because I'm not outward facing, but the sex workers can have a community of people that they need to talk to about like being shadow banned and like not being able to get your pay through Cash App anymore or Venmo, you know, because you show yourself in the way you want it to, and then people paid you and then you couldn't even fucking get your money. You know, that's what I'm really critiquing here. I'm like, sex workers are artists, but like at the end of the day, like, are you just a trust fund baby, or are you really actually doing the work?
Well, I'm sure that everyone who can hear the sound of my voice has fantasies that they would like to project onto body of workers. But we're gonna move on. That's the perfect segue to our next asset. So can we get that fantasy projected? There it is. Okay, great. So the body of workers platform enter page. This is a landing page for bodyofworkers.com. It has a beige background and the Body of Workers logo in the middle, a notice to not enter if you're under 18, and a button with the word enter. As I mentioned earlier, in 2018, Sesta Fosta was passed in America, legislation that makes internet platforms liable for the facilitation or even suggestion of commercial sex. This has led to platforms like Tumblr, Instagram, and Twitter introducing sweeping terms of service updates that crack down on sexual content. The research group Hacking Hustling claims that this has led to an increase in sex workers' accounts being targeted, censored, and banned. Eviction has framed this phenomenon as the digital equivalent of gentrification and saw their protest piece as a way to make a public space for sex workers online. Likewise, Body of Workers responds to the deletion of sex workers' content on the internet, claiming to create a space where sex worker art can exist. Both have asked what it looks like to reject corporate public digital platforms and create their own altogether. And obviously, this has taken on increased importance in the era of COVID-19, when the vast majority of our socializing and community work and art paneling is happening online. So, and I'm so excited to hear what the artists, herself has to say about this. So the artist, is sex workers claiming of digital space a political act?
Well, I'm so happy you asked. I guess my answer to this is a little complicated. But complicated is good, I think. I think that sex work in any space is highly politicized, as we can see today. Yeah. And I think that the online world is this kind of like funhouse mirror version of the real world, especially now during COVID, where we don't really have a safe public space to be in anymore. The online world is our public space, so everything is just exaggerated. And so we have these crazy funhouse mirror reflections happening where celebrities are joining OnlyFans, but sex workers, as the critic mentioned, are being kicked off of their payment platforms. And this is happening at the same time, right? It's a little wild. But something that we have to remember when we talk about sex work in digital space is that sex workers are originators of online culture.
So true, so true, so true.
The internet is a voyeuristic experience, and people who created the infrastructure of the internet are actually porn performers and cam girls, and they created the routes that we are all running on today. Yeah.
God, that is just so profound and so really just important to remember. I don't really think that anything else needs to be said on that. I mean, I think that really just the artist said it, unless anybody has any follow-up on that.
I mean, if you think that having a flesh market for women's body is a radical political act, then sure. Body of workers is radically political.
There, she said it. Can I quote you on that in my catalog? Anyone else?
Still taking that in.
I mean, there's a lot to take in there. And the reason why I feel like it's hard to just step forward and speak over this swerve is that, obviously you're sexually frustrated. And if anything, you'd be the first one that needs body of workers. So I really think you should think about that while you pull out that dildo out of your closet.
And that's exactly what the problem is people like you sexualizing someone like me who's just trying to take part of an academic panel. If I was a man, you would not be doing that.
What's academic about sex? It's all about feeling. And it's about connection. And I feel like, yeah, there's some lousy people out there, just like any job, there's gonna be some people that aren't good at it. And then there's some people that are great at it.
So maybe we can sort of synthesize this and think about how body of workers could produce like a politics of feeling. The collector, do you have any thoughts on the politics of feelings?
As far as feeling is concerned, I think so much of how I feel about the works in my collection are informed by the stories behind how I came across them. How did I find that artist or find that work? Where was I in that moment? Who was I talking to? Who led me there? And
yes, I'm sure that you've come across a lot of stories.
Yeah, all the people who've been part of that process then become part of that work and how I feel and think about it after it becomes part of my collection.
Well, speaking of coming across stories, I think that we have a little video to show next. Tech person, can we see the video? The video, please. Just going to let this video play out so you can take it in, and then I'll describe it for you. Okay, thank you so much. So this video walks through the eviction site. That's e-viction, get it? And it shows an exaggerated version of an erotic listings page. Then it shows a brief snapshot from the end of the night. Here, the different artists shown live on cam perform in their separate rooms into a screen on a website that's glitching its way through one last performance. Some are showering and removing makeup, some are dancing to the destruction, and some are burning their artwork. To give this a little context, a huge factor in the gentrification of the internet is the question of censorship. Sex workers claim they are shadow banned and algorithmically suppressed, if not outright deleted and censored. Body of workers and eviction don't shy away from these issues, but rather try to make political and aesthetic statements from them. So, what does it mean? This is the question that I want to pose to the panel. What does it mean to make art out of commodification, censorship, and or politics? And I would just really love to punt this one over to the critic.
Wow, that is a very good question. It's something that's been really heavily on my mind. I was just thinking about this, and I was thinking like there needs to be some credibility beyond just body parts, something more abstract, layers that could be added to help us think about what our concept is when it comes to desire. How do we give it? But how do we take it? And also, who deserves to see it and who doesn't? Think about that. Just give it some food for thought. Because
yes. Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you ready for this? This is really hitting it home. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Are you? Okay. So as Audre Lorde does describe, the erotic is a resource within each of us that lies in a deeply female and spiritual plane, firmly rooted in the power of our unexpressed or unrecognized feeling. So therefore, art should bring out an unrecognized feeling, and I hope that BOW as a platform can just do that.
I mean, really, just you bringing up Audre Lorde just makes me think, can body of workers dismantle the master's house with the master's tools? I mean, like, is the internet the master's house?
I mean, I don't like, it's not my master's house, but if we're gonna role play, and again, I'm speaking from the terms of the fact that, I've had partners that are sex workers and I learn the most from them. And so that's how I know about the art of it. And so when people put out this bullshit, that is not like expanding ideas beyond porn. Like, I think like what I'm looking at is post-porn, post-apocalyptic post-porn. That's, for instance, just wrap your mind around that. It goes deeper than just what we see. It's just not just the blonde bimbo online that we all grew up with. there's more ancient perceptions also of what sex is supposed to be. And it's not just based on this cultural appropriation of Kama Sutra and Tantra. So that's where I'm.
Does anybody else want to wrap their minds around this idea of like being post-porn? What is post-porn?
I think part of it is that we're changing the nature of transactions, right? So as a collector, I can pay the artist directly, and I know that the artist is going to get that money. I know that I have access to their work, that all that work is available to me through BOW, that the work isn't going to get censored or taken down, and that when I send them the money, they're going to be able to access the money. They're not going to get locked out of their accounts. All of that, I think, is the biggest benefit to the platform.
Yeah, I agree. And I really truly hope that the sex worker arts can be expanded beyond just what we see. And I think BOW is a platform for that. I am looking forward to seeing what sex worker artists are doing from their perspective, because I feel like then we get the real picture. We get new ideas. It's not just online.
Well, speaking of the real picture, I would like you all to sort of train your female gaze, or the they them gaze on our last asset. Techie, can we gaze at this last? There it is. Okay, great. So let's gaze at Body of Workers. This is the Body of Workers logo, which is beige text that reads Body of Workers in a beige box. And I'm definitely going to just send this one over to the artist again, because I obviously want to hear from her about this. What is the future that Body of Workers imagines?
Good question. Wow, I feel like I'm still recuperating from some of the other discussions that were had here.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, I think, as the critic was kind of talking about, we do live in post-apocalyptic times. The future is bleak. Even the voices, I think, on this panel kind of gives us a sense of like the stakes that are involved here. The future is bleak, especially for people in my position. And that is why we are creating Body of Workers. It's a space made by sex workers. And despite what people might think, it is primarily for sex workers. So I would like to say that we're not imagining a future, we're creating it.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, FUBU, yes, I love that. So good. I want to give everyone time to respond to this futurist question, and we're getting close to the end. So maybe we can get the lobbyists' response about the future out of the way.
Thank you so much. Well, I think when we're thinking about what the future that BOW imagines, it's nothing that hasn't existed before. This is simply the patriarchy working at its best, having one of its puppets present a network for the trigger warning rape of women and girls, outsourcing objectification to the very subjects being objectified, so-called sex workers producing a zombie army of prostituted people on behalf of the patriarchy. And don't worry, curator, I'm wrapping up. I think the last thing that I will say is that if in a capitalist patriarchal society, an art institution is funding a so-called sex worker collective, it begs the question, what differentiates them from the very traffickers that exploit the workers themselves? In my eyes, Body of Workers is no different than any other website that could be used as the flesh market for the purpose of buying and selling girls. But I just want to directly address the artist for one moment. This is something that is very near and dear to my heart, with all of the beautiful women and role models at my organization, WAP. If you need anything besides tangible material support, please don't hesitate to come to my organization for help, and we can help you become a true feminist.
I just have a
Thank
question.
you.
If you're offering anything besides tangible material support, what kind of support are you offering me?
Unfortunately, we don't have time for the lobbyist to respond to that. But when I think of there is something that she said that kind of sticks out to me, which is this idea of a flesh market. When I think of the flesh market, I think of the dealer. So can you respond to the future that Bao is trying to create?
Well, I can't really speak directly to the future that Bao is attempting to create, but I can definitely talk about the future that I see with Bao, which is that it would absolutely it's a tool, it's a tool for people like myself to be introduced to new emerging artists that I can then represent and introduce to the people that they need to be introduced to, such as this fine collector who I'm sure has excellent taste. Yeah, I think that artists are, I think that most of the artists on there probably aren't very good, but I'm sure that there are like a handful that, could use some good representation like myself.
Okay, so the future question, does the collector want to respond? What's the future you're hoping to see from Body of Workers?
Well, as someone who is in a position to offer tangible material support, I'm quite interested in how Bao fulfills its mission and whether I'll be able to discover works of art and artists that I don't already know about, especially during a time when more people than ever are going online to relieve their stress. And if they have the type of job that I have, a place like Body of Workers might be exactly what they want to log in to at night after a long day of work. So yeah, I'm excited to seeing what the future holds for this project.
Thank you. So maybe last we'll hear some futurist thoughts from the critic, your sort of futuristic look that you have going there. It's perfect.
Well, first of all, the future is now. It's every moment. And I feel like finally, we're at the point where there's like small increments of movement. Finally, the walking while trans ban was repealed. Finally, there's now a House bill, at least in Oregon, to decrim sex work. And I'm hoping that Bao helps us go more in that direction, because to me, art is power, art is action-based. And I don't think it's just about the money and collectors. But I do think that sex worker artists need to be paid. So I also hope that this platform will also make sure that sex workers are not just speaking and using their time to promote other events, but to be able to promote themselves in a safe way.
Oh, I love that. So many of my sex worker friends just are always saying, "Fuck you, pay us," and I just think that's really just so inspiring to me, and I just feel so inspired by the work of Body of Workers and most of the people and most of the things that were said today on this panel. Unfortunately, we need to wrap up. So I want to thank all the panelists, and I definitely want to thank the Body of Workers team, which includes Kink Out and Veil Machine, and let everyone who is in the room right now know to be on the lookout for the official launch of Body of Workers and the next project for Veil Machine coming up later this year, the museum. I love that. You can follow at Kink Out Events and at Veil Machine on the socials for more information. And I hope that everyone has a really good night. Thank you so much for coming.
Stop LAPD Spying Coalition is a coming together of various individuals and organizations with a whole bunch of concern and recognizing how the police state was rapidly expanding.
We're an abolitionist group focused on dismantling all forms of state-sanctioned surveillance, spying, and infiltration, but also policing. We started off the coalition in 2011, and our campaign that launched the coalition was against the Suspicious Activity Reporting Program, a nationwide initiative that's also international, that basically allowed officers to collect secret files on people for using photography in public, videography in public, drawing in public, asking a business its hours of operation because you seemed like you were suspicious, right? And they defined suspicion as this observed behavior reasonably indicative of pre-operational planning of criminal or terrorist activity. But this was really one of the first burgeonings of surveillance and the changing nature of policing into a counterterrorism and counterinsurgency tactic within domestic law enforcement.
So the coalition over the last 10 years has been mapping the infrastructure of surveillance. We have been organizing around that. We've been fighting back. We've been demanding that these programs need to be dismantled. We're not lawyers. We're not here to advocate for change or reform the system, but it's really about knowledge exchange, knowledge sharing, and for the communities to understand the scale and scope of the structures of surveillance and how deeply it's embedded in every aspect of our lives.
We are based in Skid Row, that's where our home is. And so it's really important to us that constantly, whatever we create, if we don't have someone from the community of Los Angeles Community Action Network that's actively involved with that organization or local to the Skid Row community, we take whatever we create and we actively get input. So the idea of making decisions collectively is something that we really cherish and we hold.
When everything is by design, what choices can we make towards an abolition future instead of a carceral one?
The whole point of the archive is to really build community power, is to really kind of engage knowledge building, knowledge sharing, and that history.
In a sense, what the archiving project has been launched is, from our point of view, is number one, to tell the story of the coalition. That what was it that brought people together? What were the concerns at the time, in this moment in time, that brought people together, understanding that this is going to have a dire impact in the long run on our communities. From there on, what was the process that folks engaged in? Because ultimately, as organizers, it's about storytelling. It's that how do we bring that story that people can relate to? So when we talk about not a moment in time, but a continuation of history, by creating a visual layout over the last 300 years that, look, this is how surveillance has evolved. This is where we are today. So it really allows people to take a step back and not only have aha moments, but to relate to it personally as well.
So why is the coalition doing this? So pretty much we have always been kind of filing public records requests, and that's how you get information from a public entity, and you demand these documents because they receive public funding. You're allowed to kind of do the sunshine law on them to a certain extent. Sometimes there's exceptions to the law and they're not allowed to disclose certain types of information, but you can also pursue that and force them to. And we did that in some cases as well, in a couple cases in our public records requests. So what happened is that we were getting so many that we were like, wow, like we have so much information, we want to make that available to the community. But we also wanted to make it available in a way that was digestible, in a way that made sense to folks, where they could actually attach to it and kind of learn something from it. Because right now the city does have a portal that they make public all the public records requests that are filed once the public records request is closed. And then they redact to the information of whoever requested the info, and they make all that public, and you can sign on to the portal, search, and find information. But a lot of that is meant for people who are researching, people who know how to do that kind of stuff, people who are comfortable with going in and looking for certain information. And so we know that not everybody operates in the world that way. So the first part of actually archiving was really kind of fun, long, and then became tedious. And but then it made me realize that, you know, it's what we needed to do, and this was something that also came up, was we needed to start a culture within our organization. I literally went through every document that I had saved in my predictive policing files, and then I went through every email over like a 4-year period to find things that I may not have saved that were, you know, of interest to people, you know, because I think that one of the things I was focusing on the most was that I wanted documents that were also generated by the community to be seen as like worthy. But I wanted to also honor all the work that community was doing. In that archive process, when you don't necessarily have a culture, it can be kind of overwhelming, right? But I think that's the first lesson. I should start learning how to archive my daily happenings, right? Because that is what essentially helps to share knowledge with people in generations to come about building power, right? Building power against state violence, how to bring people together, what meetings look like, how long they take. You know, this is how we teach each other. So, you know, to think about that as you're organizing, like what story are you telling to the world, you know, and why is it important? How do we keep this kind of skill, and not only how do we build a skill within the community, how do we set an example, but how do we ourselves, you know, preserve the story of the coalition?
On a personal level, and you know, that I always look at archives as the people's history, because many a times, you know, a lot of these things, when we look back, it's more or less in a broad stroke, and you know, and so all of these critical nuances are missing sometimes, or we are not aware of, that in that given moment 200 years ago or 100 years ago or 50 years ago, given the resources and capacities that people had, how were they organizing? What was going on? What was the methodology? I think this is such a critical piece of our work. How are people in this current moment fighting back? What are the tools and tactics that they're using? How are they building their story? How are they building their story to the larger community? What does that community organizing look like? And how is power being built to fight back and further advance our journey towards that liberation?
But I remember a few times just having these really long conversations, and then just being like, whoa, that was really intense, but we came to a conclusion that everybody sat really good with. And so, and I think about that praxis, right? That ability to have, to maintain that ability to talk in depth with people. You spend a lot of time doing something thinking, you know, you've got this amazing idea, but if you truly want it to be something that builds power and brings people together and creates a space where, you know, where people can feel comfortable, then you need to not only create those skills where people, you know, feel like they can say what's really on their mind, that the space can hold that and really be willing to discuss that. And I think I've learned that the most in organizing. And I think it's being vulnerable, you know, with community to create something and generate something together. So that's been my biggest guiding principle, but I think it is one in pretty much everything I do, or everything I attempt to do. And I think every day I'm learning to get better at it and to be more committed to it.
For myself, I see this work of being a kind of project manager as a part of my social practice work, in which the social, cultural, political, etc. encounters are the mediums with to carve my body through time and space. So I began training as a researcher with the intention of taking on the role of reading, studying, writing with and for my communities. And I had convinced myself that there wasn't much that an academic could offer in community spaces apart from at times like insufferable elitism. And so I was hesitant to figure out how I would have to like re-navigate these dynamics of power as a PhD student when just several years ago, I was far from finishing up even a BFA. So, and it was really with my collaborative work in developing the archive that I realized I had skills to offer my communities that I had learned in graduate school through academic professionalization. But I still do tell myself that, once I begin to feel comfortable in my role is when I need to reflect on what I might need to reconsider in my practice, because the last thing I want to do is to take the trust of the coalition and its community members for granted.
It was definitely a learning experience. I'm not an expert on abolition ideals. They did appeal to me, and that's why I got into the project in the first place, but I've definitely learned a lot there. As far as specific tech things, open source code and things like that, I've kind of always had those ideals, and I don't know that any of them are necessarily silver bullets either, but they do help move society in that direction, at least a little bit.
Once we got an archive team started, a solid group of 5, and began holding regular meetings, I also started reaching out to people within my network, such as academics, artists, archivists, and anybody who was willing to let me pick their brain for their thoughts about this project, for like their perspectives from varied fields of expertise. So, for example, I learned of the notions of folksonomies, or folk taxonomies, or community-generated vernacular vocabularies from a conversation with Sonoe Nakasone, who is a community archivist at Chapel Hill. So I was sharing with her that, we were planning to crowdsource the archival process by asking volunteers to generate the metadata for each document, that we'd need like a ton of volunteers. And, also by this time, I had been like begrudgingly researching like indexing theory, or like how creating indexing terms is inherently an exclusionary process of like epistemic violence. And so Sonoy had responded that, yes, generating folksonomies is like such a great idea. And I had told her, like, I had never heard of this term before. I am definitely going to use it from now on. So I found this process of seeking in-depth conversations to be incredibly enriching to the research aspect of this project, which included anything from like looking at examples of community-based archives in existence to readings of academic theories and various disciplines across the humanities. I'm continuing to research and expand what the form and conceptual frameworks of this archive could be, such as thinking through the notions of the an-archive, or to archive otherwise.
My role as a designer has been to listen closely to our collective goals and have a deep understanding of our broader vision, and to be strategic in how we design and build our technologies. The tools that I've used for this project have been real basic, rudimentary things like listening and asking questions, as well as like whiteboarding, collaborating with team members. Technical tools have been Adobe Creative Suite. Most of the designs were created in Illustrator. Some Photoshop was done for some of the imagery. We were able to get some of the experiences of the archive out there, and so we were able to get some feedback to help us better inform our designs, and that has introduced a couple changes along the way as we've been building it. But the overall design goal has been to create a digital tool that is accessible and easy to use. My first and foremost guiding principle is to always consider accessibility. What I mean by accessibility is that it needs to be informed and shaped by the audiences that will end up using it. And that's kind of what we were trying to do with the archive, is to invite different community members to tell us how to design this by letting us know what's needed, what's missing, and how it could be the most useful to them.
process has been a good bit of just kind of planning at first and talking about what we wanted to build. We had some decisions to make as far as architecting the site, choosing between WordPress and a Drupal-based implementation. We decided to go with WordPress for the build, and also that's more of an approachable tool that other community members could get involved with. We also have a public repository so that other community members can contribute using open source code. A big part of this effort that differs from a lot of the other work I do was just working directly with a community that was affected by these technologies. A lot of times, especially in the tech world, people that may want to do good, but they'll end up building something for a community instead of necessarily with them and asking exactly what the community wants. So another big part of the process there was when we took the initial prototype we had built and showed it to the community. We got feedback from them. What I think is kind of new, especially in this project, is how to allow the community to do their own categorization alongside the state language. So that really led to a lot of discussions and redesign, as well as rethinking the actual user interface of how we'll get the community involved. I think we're stepping into new territory and kind of had to think of a whole new idea of how to approach it. Most archival work I've done outside of this project only focused really on the state language of the documents involved. I think all that really came out of this kind of more horizontal approach that the coalition has, where they don't want imposed hierarchy of decision making, but want kind of this horizontal community decision making. And I've found that really great and useful.
What is metadata? So metadata is data about data. If you right click on any file and choose properties, what you'd be seeing is, for example, technical metadata. So it contains things like file type, size, creation date, and so on. So the metadata that we're developing into folksonomies is descriptive metadata. So which is anything from, the title, author, descriptions, and so on. And folksonomy has many names, such as people-powered metadata, grassroots taxonomy, democratic indexing, which all mean the same thing, community-generated vernacular vocabulary. So another aspect of my work in this project has been to compile and define training tools and references. When starting to develop the metadata for the initial PRA documents we decided to focus on, which I thought would actually be like the most easiest and straightforward aspect of this whole thing, I felt the political implications of exclusion in standardizing subject and indexing terms, and realized the kind of primary importance of a polyvocal approach to metadata through the development of folksonomies. So as a majority of the archival materials are PRA documents received from the City of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles Police Department, I feel especially mindful of generating approaches for contextualizing these materials so that our archive doesn't appear to be just another mirror repository of state documents. So creating metadata solely off of state documents would have led to searchable terms that were only knowable to those who create and use state language. And so we found that the generating of folksonomies would be absolutely crucial in order to make the archive as useful as possible to community members who might search terms like historically criminalized instead of chronic offender, or rebellion or uprising instead of riot or urban unrest, neighborhood names instead of jurisdiction names.
Basically, the archive itself has not launched because the intent was there to bring the community in its creation, while it was being created, to say, like, what do you think about this? What do you think about this idea? This is something that we want everybody to own. This is something that we want everybody to be a part of. So help us. This is what we think, throw it back at us. Is this a good idea? And those meetings were really amazing because not only were people so excited about the autonomy of having their own history gathered, but there were so many ideas generated by people. And I think that that kind of intention really is starting to create the idea that it's a community archive. And so those things were very important to me because, you know, I want it to kind of have that feeling, right? That anybody jumps in, that it's all the multiple faces of the community that become a part of this project and become a part of this archive. I'm really, really thrilled. And I'm going to stop there because I've been talking a lot. And I'm just going to pass over to Kyle.
Hi, my name's Kyle McDonald. I'm here to kind of listen and learn and hopefully contribute somehow, but I'm really open to hearing what that might be, how I might be able to help. I feel like my expertise is definitely on the side of kind of like automated analysis and some things that can be done with like code. But I do also know a bit about kind of how sort of surveillance industrial complex works and how some of these organizations work together and a lot of like the technical side of that. So if there's places where I can kind of contribute in a more manual, not automated way, I'm really happy to do that too. I'd love to hear from you, Victoria.
Hi, so I'm Victoria. My pronouns are she, they. I'm currently a UCLA student, a PhD student in social welfare. I'm really interested in this project specifically because my entire work revolves around like counter narratives. And so, you know, in any space I can, I try to question how we can bring the narratives back to the community. Whether that's through like this academic space and the like theories that we use and contesting those, and really making sure that, you know, I stay engaged within the community work because that's what's most important to me and what's always has been. So I think this archival project is a great way to do that, making these documents like dynamic and speaking back to these documents. Andrew, if you want to go next.
Oh, cool, thanks. I guess politics is most important for me. I got involved in politics at the tail end of the anti-globalization movement right before the war on terror started sort of ramping up. So I have a lot of experience like consulting with and working with students who are doing projects that have some sort of technical or media-based component to them, which is perhaps why this project sort of stuck out to me because I felt like I might have some resources to contribute to it. I'm not the most technical person in the world. Like I kind of know my way around technical projects, but I think I'm better to sort of like help brainstorm and figure out how social systems intersect with, you know, the technical construction of things like websites and apps and installations. So I'll pass it to Vida Silvestre. Is that how you pronounce it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, it's Vida Silvestre. Hi, I respond to he, him pronouns. I heard about this project by like attending one of the online like Tuesday webinars. And it was really interesting because I like the idea of putting our own language into these files that we can like then tap into and have it be accessible to us because we're the ones making it. And by we, I mean like people who grew up in LA who are from the hood. And so I think it's really important, right, that we are part of this project because, I mean, Lincoln Heights is a target. It's a laser zone. I see how all these threads, you know, are like coming to my life, and I'm just like happy to see what can flourish from it. Have you gone, Zach? No. Okay, your turn.
Hey, I'm Zach. He, him pronouns. This project is interesting because I just like the idea of taking data that they collected and like slicing it the way we want to. So yeah, that's like my main interest is just recovering that and painting a different story, I guess.
Maybe part of like that creative process could also be multiple languages where the narratives are also accessible for, you know, the like, I don't know how many hundreds of languages that exist in LA alone. So, because it'll also like facilitate cross communication, organizing, and it's really important. That kind of like led to this thought of like there could be a function where we can save the work that we've done on the page and then revisit it at another time. It's more like technical. But also like the pitch that y'all gave, Jamie, was like really cool. I think it was you and Dylan. And what attracted me was just this notion that like we could put into the file the language, the words that we use to make this accessible. So I think that that's gonna like draw people in because we have our own ways of talking about things, and so we can be part of that.
I was thinking about having people share their own narratives and having like a story pop up. Or if somebody wanted to submit an image or a reflection or a poem, that would also pop up. And so I'm thinking about, I'm not sure if this is just gonna be like a PRA kind of project right now for this specific thing that we're talking about, this archival project. But I was wondering about how to like incorporate those kind of like narratives into it. And people are able to create their own kind of stories through PRA documents, how to like present those on the website to kind of get their own stories. Like, oh, this is a story from YJC, somebody from YJC like made this story out of these different documents, or here's a reflection I have on this project, how to incorporate that onto to the space. So it's actually like including that really personal part of it.
Something that really draws me into really complicated projects is when I can get a really high level overview. And sometimes it's hard, I think, especially with abolition, to see how each of these steps like leads to the eventual goal. And I'd imagine something like future stories, like the stories that haven't happened yet. And for people, especially like me, who are pretty new to some of these things, like how does this play into not just reform, but actually abolition? I would love to see that. And I feel like it could help me get even more excited for like being part of this kind of movement.
We started to develop like, what do we need? What do we need to keep the archive going? Like, what are the different positions that we need? And what are the minimum things that we need people to be able to do for us? Because when you think about volunteer time, and this is how specific we were getting, some people can volunteer for 2 weeks. If they can volunteer for 2 weeks, how do we get them in? What can we get them to do to help archive? If they can volunteer for a long time, how do we get them to, start to create a culture where they're, organizing the volunteers coming in and out? So we specifically laid out a whole landscape of the different needs of the archive so that we could slowly, as people were becoming interested in it, start to figure out how to plug people in and get better at plugging people in.
Where are we in 2021 in that long sort of trajectory of storytelling as to what has been our fight? People have been generationally fighting for abolition, and we are fiercely an abolitionist organization. So just as generations past have incrementally built that power, incrementally built that understanding, incrementally provided us with I would say that North Star of liberation, in a sense, but how do we continue to move in that direction? How do we stay consistent? So that's why for our archiving project, extremely critical, then how could it contribute to this extremely valuable and critical history that we have, the archives that we already have, and how do we contribute in this moment in time for the next generations to look at that? And really, not just for the next generations, but for the current generations as well. How can research be done? Like, what does it mean to really kind of just shift the focus? And that, I would say, is one of the biggest contribution of the coalition, to take away this language of surveillance and fighting back through legal means into building that knowledge and building that community power through community organizing to dismantle the system.
We've been talking to the Southern California Library for folks who are familiar with that space. It's like a library that's in South Central that houses a lot of the organizing history of Los Angeles. And so all I can imagine is like 4 times, as many times as we can, hosting community events, whether it's in our neighborhood, whether it's there, and going through documents with people, having a research experience with people, collecting our own histories together. And there's so many ideas of how to engage and use an archive as a tool to build power, to build knowledge, to take care of our history, to make it available for others.
The Stop LAPD Spying archive is currently primarily exists in the digital form, as the PRA documents were received digitally. However, we do eventually want it to exist as a physical archive as well, to support accessibility of the archive to local community and Skid Row residents who might not have access to the internet or a smartphone. So we hope for the project to exist as an ongoing archive of community resistance and a community organizing tool that has efficacy in the present. And we also hope to have ongoing programming and fellowship opportunities with this archive as well.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us for Day 4 of From the Rupture, State-Sanctioned Surveillance and Creative Opposition, Community Organizing in Digital Space, launching new works by Veil Machine and Kinkout, as well as Dylan Sung in collaboration with the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition. It's been such a pleasure to launch the projects from our Rapid Response Fellows with you this week. Please return to this hub site often to continue exploring the projects and rewatch all your favorite talks from the Rupture. We are truly grateful for your amazing participation. Don't forget to follow us on social media. Visit ibeam.org, and please check out the chat where Mad will be posting a questionnaire that allows you to also share your own content. Thank you so much for joining us, and a big thanks to all our incredible